The following is an ESPN special presentation.
Welcome to Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and welcome to a night that none of us will ever forget. September 6, 1995. The people in Baltimore have had the privilege of watching Cal Ripken Jr. through the years. Tonight, the world peeks in as the home folks openly congratulate their hero for reaching the unreachable star. Almost as famous as baseball's legends are their magical numbers. The Babe's 60 and 714. DiMaggio's 56, Cobb's 41.91, Gehrig's 21.30. All of them deemed standards beyond reach. But mere numbers never deterred Maris, never daunted Aaron, and never detoured Rose. Tonight, even the Iron Horse will be surpassed as Cal Ripken walks with the baseball gods. Three things are certain: death, taxes, and Cal Ripken Jr. But Orioles fans have known this about their favorite son for a long, long time. Last night was magical as Ripken and Gehrig stood together at 21:30. Even the new Iron Man was emotional. Then followed a script that would never even be authored in Hollywood as Cal punctuated a Baltimore win with a sixth-inning home run. The Orioles fittingly won 8-0. You have to wonder if last night he was just warming up. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. We are so glad to have you with us, as it truly is our privilege at ESPN to be here ourselves. There are few instances when you know that you'll witness history at the ballpark, but this is one of them. 2,131 consecutive games for Cal Ripken. What a celebration. But we celebrate much more than just a major record. We celebrate baseball the way it hasn't been celebrated for quite a while. And we celebrate it the old-fashioned way. Hometown boy playing for his hometown team in front of his hometown fans. We celebrate a work ethic that used to be a staple for baseball. But if you think about it, a work ethic that helped build America. You get up, you put in a hard day's work, and you go home to your family. Cal hasn't called in sick for 13 and a half years. Yet his job involves standing perilously close to 90-mile-an-hour fastballs and upturned spikes on every play in the middle of the diamond. And he hasn't flinched. Now, we don't mean to put all this on Cal's shoulders, but 2,131 straight games tells us he can handle the weight. Tonight, we applaud long and loud, as you can hear. I spoke with the man of the hour a short while ago. Cal, you think you might get in tonight?
I certainly hope so. I was kidding last night when I said I was thinking about taking a day off, of course, but God, this thing's exhausting.
You come to the park today. It can't just be like every other drive or trip to the ballpark, can it?
In some ways it is, because you do it every single day, but the last 2 weeks have been very different. And I think last night, if I was to describe last night, it was like one of those out-of-body experiences, the kind that you have when you witness the birth of your child, or actually even when you get married. You know, it seems like it's not happening to you. And today kind of bleeded in from last night, and it's the same feeling today. Doesn't seem like it's happening to me.
Well, when they unfurled 21:30 on the warehouse, I mean, that was quite an emotional moment, obviously, for you. Now, tonight, any thoughts going through your mind on what that moment might be like when 2-1-3-1 appears?
I'm going to try to keep it out of my mind as best I can until that moment. That's a very powerful moment. I thought it was really neat when they started off 2 weeks ago, I think, and it kind of built some momentum. But as it's gotten closer, the ovations have gotten louder. The emotion within those ovations have gotten more powerful. So, yeah, I'd rather not think about it until it gets here.
Enjoy yourself. We might as well get rid of the suspense right away. Not only has he penciled it in, but Baltimore manager Phil Ripken has penned in the name, Cal Ripken Jr., shortstop, batting fifth. This just in. Hi, everybody. Along with me is Buck Martinez, as always on Wednesday night. And And Buck, that name Ripken on an Oriole lineup card, they've been seeing that around here even before Cal was a member of the Orioles.
Well, Chris, Cal Ripken Jr. is around this ball club his whole life. His father was a minor league catcher, became a minor league manager, and eventually became a coach and manager right here in Baltimore. And even though the job took his father away from his son, the two had a common bond. That bond was baseball. And it was through this bond that his father was able to give his son a code to live and work by. That code was practice endlessly, work hard, and do the job right. That code has been the foundation for Cal Ripken's streak. Any father that has ever played a game of catch with his son will have a sense of what Cal Ripken Sr. is feeling here tonight as his son, Cal Ripken Jr., breaks Lou Gehrig's record.
Cal Sr. and Cal Jr. as the Orioles get set to take the field, and you have a clue who just might lead them on tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome the very talented Bruce Hornsby and Branford Marcellus, who will honor our nation with their Grammy-winning rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner. Well, if you weren't sure that this was a special night in Baltimore, I think you now have a clue.
In a few moments, there's Cal's wife, Kelly, and their 2 children, Rachel and Ryan. And Rachel and Ryan, 5-year-old Rachel, first day of kindergarten today, and 2-year-old son Ryan will throw out tonight's first pitches.
Special young people. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rachel and Ryan Ripken.
Say when you throw first? Don't throw yet. Do they say when?
Thank you.
For all ages, Buck, literally. Senior, junior, his children, brother Billy will be here. It's already been a big day for Cal because it was Ray. There's Cal Senior, manager, longtime coach in the organization. And there's Billy right there getting a night off from AAA Buffalo. He's in the playoffs with the Indians, AAA Farm Club, and night off, of course, doesn't apply to this man, but Billy played so long here in Baltimore, 6.5 seasons. But Cal's daughter, Rachel, first day of kindergarten today, and he went to bed at 3 o'clock last night, Cal told me, and he said, we figured we'd be out of the house by 8. First day of kindergarten, everything. We didn't wake up till 5 of 8. It was a scramble. We got her to school. I went back home to lie down. I woke up at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah,
I think he's a little more awake now.
He deserves to sleep in a little bit today.
Oh, by the way, the California Angels are playing the Baltimore Orioles tonight, and this is a big game for the Angels, who have really gone into a tailspin and now only lead by 5.5 over Seattle in the AL West. Tony Phillips leads off at third. Jim Mr. Edmonds is at center field. Tim Sockeye Salmon is in right. The venerable Charles Theodore Davis is the DH. J.T. Snow at first. Garrett Anderson at left. The wonder dog, Rex Hudler, is at second base. George Fabregas is the catcher. Damien Don't Come Eastley is the shortstop. And they'll be facing the ace of the Baltimore Orioles, looking to become the first 16-game winner in the American League, Mike Mussina.
Well, Mike Mussina has really been on a roll. In his last 14 starts, he's 10-3 with a 2.48 ERA. Look at his strikeouts. He's outstanding, got good control. Fastball, knuckle curveball, and a tremendous changeup. Last time he faced the California Angels, he shut them out. 9 innings, 5 hits, struck out 11 as he beat them 4-0 out in Anaheim. He said he feels a special honor to go to the mound tonight on this very historic day.
Now, I talked with him for a while before the game, Buck, and I said, are you going to approach this as a World Series or a playoff game or something like this? No, I'm going to approach this to have some fun tonight. I'm not going to try and throw the ball on the screen. I'm not going to do anything I'm not supposed to do. And he said that he looked at the rotation about 4 days before the All-Star break, knew when he wasn't selected to the All-Star game that he would start the night after the All-Star game. He figured out after that, and he went to pitching coach Mike Flanagan and said, you know what? Everything's on target. I'm there for September 6th. He had this one scoped in early July.
Well, anybody on this team wants to be on the field tonight, and Mike Mussina deserves the honor. He's been their horse all year long. He won 8 straight decisions back in the end of June into August, and he has really been on a roll. As Chris mentioned, he's got a chance to become the American League's first 16-game winner. Third start against the Angels this year.
If you're trying to figure out when does 2,130 consecutive games played by Cal Ripken become 2,131, there are 2 checkpoints. One will come at the end of this half of the inning. We'll explain that in a moment. But theoretically, Cal is at short. If he leaves the game before he plays a full half inning of defense, let's say he gets injured, and he perished the thought, obviously, but he never comes to the plate, it does not count in the consecutive playing streak rule 1024C. The one that everyone is more familiar with, of course, is the team behind must bat 5 times. Theoretically, if there's rain in the area, which there is not, in the 3rd or 4th inning, the game does not become official. This does not count as him having played. So theoretically, Buck, there are 2 moments of suspense, although it's not quite like waiting for a home run. We're going to go out on a limb. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. You can bet on that.
Skied by Tony Phillips. There's room for Jeff Houston, although we should add today there's not as much room as usual. And we'll explain that in a moment, as there are 260 special seats that have been built out where the tarps normally are, $5,000 apiece, towards a grant to go to Johns Hopkins University. All were sold. A $1 million grant towards the defeat, research of ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. And the seats are just here tonight. But the good thing is, Buck, that those who are sitting in the seats get to take the seats home. Maybe they don't leave the park with them tonight, but they get to have the seat in as part of their lawn furniture. And they know that they're doing something very significant, trying to beat a crippling disease, one that felled Lou Gehrig back in 1941, 17 days shy of his 38th birthday. This is Jim Edmonds. You want to see a guy, Buck, that hits well to the opposite field, I think we have our man.
Well, Jim Edmonds is having some problems right now with his back, and you can see that swing was very tentative. He was actually out of the lineup a couple of days, and he was on the chair about 3 weeks ago, but the back problems have really cut down his swing. Got off to a reasonably slow start and then really turned it on in June. You can see his numbers in August reflecting that back problem. Here's one of the guys that has really benefited from Rod Carew. He has really taken Carew's philosophy to the plate. Take what the pitcher will give to you. If he pitches you away, take it that way. Carew's always on the top step of that dugout trying to keep an eye on his hitters and make sure that they don't fall into any bad habits.
Well, Edmonds is 4th in the league in RBIs in 97, tied for 2nd in runs scored with 105. Seems like every one of his 30 home runs, or 3/4 of them, go to left field. That's because he decided that he had to drive through the ball rather than underspin it, backspin it. He thought he was getting more loft on it. He worked hard in the offseason just to drive through it, and a lot of singles and doubles then became 380-foot home runs to the opposite field. You saw Rod Carew. He knows what a milestone night is like in baseball, does he not, Buck? This one is going to right center field. Back goes Bonilla. Long run for Bobby Bowe. Makes the catch 2 steps against the wall. So a long fly ball, but they're 2 out.
Well, 2 down here in the top half of the first inning. Let's take a look at the Baltimore Orioles defensively. In the outfield, Smith, Anderson, Bonilla. Jeff Houston gets a start at 3rd. Of course, Cal Ripken is the shortstop. Manny Alexander at 2nd. Paul Merrow at 1st, and Chris Hoyles behind the plate. 2,104 consecutive games at shortstop for Cal Ripken. One thing that's constant in Baltimore's defense, and the consistency of that man right there has been a trademark of Oriole baseball over the last 13.5 seasons.
So with 2 out, Mussina will work to Tim Sockeye Salmon, the right fielder. 31 homers, 88 RBIs, 328. All these numbers are so impressive for the Angels, although they have really gone into the tailspin, which has seen them lose 10 of their last 11 games. They once were the leading run-scoring team in the American League by about 50, but now they're 702 runs, is only 5 ahead of Cleveland, 697. You think he's seen an Oriole game or 2, Buck?
You betcha he's seen an Oriole game or 2. That's Earl Weaver. You see the years that he managed, great championship ball clubs. He'll be with us
next inning
and relate some stories about Cal Ripken Jr.
I don't think we have a week. We need a week to relate some stories with Earl. We're going to have a lot of guests tonight. Hit to center field. Brady Anderson. It's a bad jump, and it now goes way back. Makes the leap.
Well, I don't think
but does not get it. Brady wasn't letting anybody know. Tim Salmon on a ball that just kept sailing has given the Angels a 1-0 lead.
Boy, Tim Salmon got a hold of that breaking ball from Mike Mussina. It was a knuckle curveball, and Brady Anderson had made up his mind he was going to catch this thing. Salmon hits his 32nd home run on a Mike Mussina knuckle curveball. Stayed up a bit, about knee-high outside. Look at the determination on Brady Anderson. He actually had the ball in his glove and then the collision with the wall forces it out of the glove. What a tremendous effort by Brady Anderson. You don't think these Orioles are a little extra pumped up tonight?
Well, last night it was as if they were saying to Cal, we've been meaning to do this for you all year. Brady had 2 homers and a double last night. And we saw last night as well, Buck, the ball just keeps sailing to center and to left center. And I don't think Brady thought it would go that far. He seemed to hesitate a step. But Salmon with home run number 32, and the Angels have a rare lead. Off-speed pitch to Chili Davis. The switch hitting Chili Davis, and that misses for a ball. Until the 5th inning Monday night, the Angels had not led for 75 consecutive innings. They win the game Monday night. Of course, they were shut out last night, so leads even by 1 run have been few and far between the last couple of weeks.
Well, there's the pitch Mussina is going to have to use to be effective against the Angels. That was a great changeup. And sometimes in the first inning, I know Mussina said he's just going to go out and have fun. The adrenaline is pumping so much. A pitcher that needs a finesse pitch like a changeup will overthrow that pitch, and it won't be effective early.
Mussina misses inside to Chili Davis, and just a few of us call him by his real name, Charles Theodore Davis.
I'll stick to Chili.
They all have those Chili Dog T-shirts they wear under their uniforms.
There's a good fastball right in on his hands. When Mussina gets on a roll, he can pound good left-handed hitters like Chili Davis inside with that fastball and try to buy some of the outside part of the plate. Chili's in his 14th Major League season, trying to lead the Angels to the postseason.
Second tour of duty with California, or started in the 80s with the Giants. Oh, and he's punched out by home plate umpire Larry Barnett. So Davis strikes out, but Tim Salmon solves Mike Mussina for a long home run to center, despite a Ripkenian effort by Brady Anderson. We'll be back.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Antonio Banderas is so hot, amazingly hot.
Best action I've seen since Pulp Fiction.
It's cool, I say. It's romantic.
One of a kind.
He can shoot me full of lead anytime.
Antonio makes me think of sex.
Desperado, rated R, at theaters now.
Remember this date, fans. May 2nd, 1939. Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse, has just taken himself out of the Yankee lineup for the first time in 14 seasons. 2,130 consecutive games, a record that will stand as long as young men play the game of baseball.
This ESPN Baseball Special is brought to you by Pizza Hut. You'll love the stuff we're made of. (2,130 consecutive games for Cal Ripken Jr.) Midway through this one, it'll be 2-1-3-1, and the record that everyone thought would forever stand will be broken 56 years after Lou Gehrig set it in 1939. One of the greatest to ever play the game, the Iron Horse, Lou Gehrig. He, I'm sure, would be applauding the last 13 and a half years by Cal Ripken. And here's the Oriole lineup, the rest of which you didn't see Phil Regan pencil in. Brady Anderson in center field, Manny Alexander at second base, Rafael Emerson Lake and Palmeiro is at first base, Bobby Bonilla hitting cleanup in right field. Cal against the righty pitcher will bat fifth tonight. Harold Growing Baines, the DH. Chris Coyles, the catcher. Jeff Hewson is at third base. The youngster Mark Smith is in left field. And they will go against the lone righty starter on this California Angels staff, the one-time Chicago Cub, Shawn Boskie.
Shawn Boskie goes to the mound tonight for Marcel Latchman, making his 15th start of the season. Just the second time he started since coming off the disabled list. He had an inflamed elbow, and that shut him down. Boskie has a fastball, curveball, slider, and a straight changeup. He doesn't have the velocity of Mussina, but he has to pitch the similar style of Mussina, working the corners with his fastball, trying to set up the off-speed pitches.
So he almost had a rare opportunity of how often do you see it, a guy that makes a great play in the field leads off. Brady almost made a circus catch, but he'll lead off anyway. We're not going to take it away from him. Brady probably Ripken's closest friend on the Orioles right now, this team. And Brady Anderson will look at strike one from Shawn Boskie. He's the second of all the teammates that Cal has had. Brady Anderson has played the second most games with Cal. This is number 881 during Cal's streak. The only man to have played more is Eddie Murray, 1,046. So really, you don't think of Brady Anderson that way, but he's been the next most constant thing here with the Orioles besides Cal Ripken.
Well, there's been a lot of turnover here in Baltimore as they're trying to find a combination that will lead them back to the postseason. They thought that this was going to be their year, and they went out and added some muscle to the lineup by picking up Bobby Bonilla.
Boskie ahead 0-2 to Brady Anderson to lead off the Baltimore first, and that's high and inside. Brady will be one of the speakers. There will not be many afterwards. It's supposed to be an emotional night tonight. Cal will address, among others, and we will stay right here. So it's more than just making it official when they unfurl the number in the 5th or top of the 6th. Stay with us for wall-to-wall coverage. It was magical here last night. That's up top and inside. It's 2-2. Brady Anderson actually was born here in Maryland, Silver Spring, Maryland. Moved out west at a young age to Carlsbad, but has Maryland blood. Not quite as much as Cal does, but that's what it says. And there's Bruce Hornsby. Branford Marsalis and Bruce Hornsby with a stirring rendition of the national anthem. They're out here working it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He was excited. He's a big sports fan, big baseball fan. And of course, we joked that the count is 3-2 that whereas Gehrig's record falls tonight, his does not. Bruce Rogers Hornsby's single season batting average of .424. Don't think that's going to be easy to get.
It'll be intact.
Brady gets under this one. Will there be enough room for J.T. Snow? 1 out. Snow is a very good fielding first baseman, one of the best in the league. As the Angels of the division leaders are probably the best defensive team, Buck, of the 3.
Well, they were able to really turn that defense into a league-leading effort early on. It's Anderson, Edmonds, and Salmon in the outfield. The veteran Tony Phillips at third, Damon Easley is the shortstop for the time being. This is his 23rd start at shortstop. Remember, Gary DiSarcina was the regular shortstop, and he has been knocked out with a ruptured tendon ligament in his left thumb. There you see DiSarcina. This is the most difficult thing he's had to do in his entire career. Sit by and watch his Angel team struggle.
He's one of the Angels that made the All-Star team. And they had to shuffle up the defense, as you mentioned. Alexander with good speed. Phillips shading him in on the grass at third base. We're bottom of the 1st. Cal Ripken hits 5th tonight against the righty, so he may or may not come up here in the 1st inning.
See what he was talking about on that bench. He was talking breaking ball or changeup, trying to get into Boskie's mind already, and that has been a pattern for Ripken throughout his career. He never wastes a moment on the playing field, whether it's in the dugout or on the field. He's always observing something, trying to gain an edge.
And it's 1-2. Take the bat. Larry Barnett is working the plate tonight, the veteran umpire. He's worked World Series, but he said that he's never experienced anything like that, like he's experiencing tonight. Greg Kosk is at first base. Dan Morrison at second. Al Clark is the umpire at third. And Alexander will sit down. There are 2 outs.
Now, Boskie finally got to the breaking ball right there, and he makes quick work of Manny Alexander. See Fabregas set up on the outside, and Shawn Boskie delivers that slider down and away for the strikeout. Off the plate, it's established the fastball inside and then goes to the outside corner to get Alexander.
This is Rafael Emerson Lake in Palmero, who has hit 10 home runs in about the last 3.5 weeks. He's 32, among the league leaders. Began the day 3 shy of Albert Bell and 1 shy of Mo Vaughn and Frank Thomas in the American League. Boskie working him inside.
Well, the object pitching to Palmero is trying to get him to open up. And because of that, Boskie has pounded him inside with fastballs, and he hopes that Palmero will try to commit inside, and then Boskie can go to the outside part of the plate.
And Shawn Boskie, well, nobody's been in many situations like this, but this is quite a spot for Shawn Boskie in his 6th major league season, 28 years of age, 23 and 36 coming into the season. So this is a little bit of a tight spot. But you know what, Marcel Laxman and all the Yankees, even though they've been in the tailspin and everything, they're hoping this whole experience, this whole 3-game series here, will help the Angels maybe get out of their funk a little bit and maybe realize what they might be headed toward in October if they right themselves. Sweet swing by Palmero. Back it goes. Back. Gone! We told you that Rafael Palmero's been swinging a hot bat for the last 3.5 weeks. Make it 11 during that span. The number 3 hitter for each team has hit a solo home run in the first. We are tied at 1.
Well, Boskie never got ahead in the at-bat, and it really cost him as he had to come in after falling behind to Palmero.
Bobby Bonilla up, and guess who's on deck?
Well, if he's going to call it stay out there, there's Palmero on the bench with a smile after hitting his 33rd home run to tie the game up here in the bottom of the 1st inning. This is definitely a hitter's ballpark.
Good pitch that Bonilla went fishing for, and just as Mussina did after giving up a home run, he registered a strikeout. So does Boskie. We've played 1. We're knotted at 1.
News. The latest dental technology is here. Dr. Richard Hansen uses dental lasers, eliminating drill noise. Ask about Sedata, electrical anesthesia. You may never need to have a shot again. Try cosmetic imaging to visualize your beautiful new smile today.
My staff and I are committed to giving you the ultimate in comfort and service. We would like to invite you to experience the future in dental care today.
Call today, 1-800-9-LASER-0. Easy financing is available.
The Ford of Orange 95 closeout sale is underway. With the 96s arriving soon, Ford of Orange has no choice but to discount over 500 cars and trucks. With special factory rebates of up to $2,500 and easy-to-qualify financing, the deals you've been waiting for are here today during the Ford of Orange 95 closeout sale. For a real sweet deal, come to Ford of Orange today. Orange County's fastest-growing Ford dealer, located 1 block north of the Main Place Mall.
Michael Jackson, Green Day, Hootie and the Blowfish, Red Hot Chili Peppers, TLC, R.E.M., Alanis Morissette, Bon Jovi, Drew Barrymore, George Clooney, Whitney Houston, Ricky Lake, Madonna, and more. The 1995 MTV Video Music Awards, hosted by Dennis Miller. Live. Watch it Thursday, September 7th at 8. One network, one night, one show, one big party. Watch it loud.
There was no meeting that you were going to be a shortstop or I'm going to make the move or I'm thinking about making the move. It was just boom, you're going to be a shortstop. And so I took a few ground balls, and then Earl called me in, and I think it was his way of making me relax a little bit. He just said, if a ground ball's hit to you, I want you to catch it, get a good grip on the ball, take your time, and make a good throw to first base. If he's safe, he's only on first base. He's not on second. Which his way of saying, don't make any foolish errors. Don't try to do more than you're capable of doing. And if you just do what you're capable of doing, then everything will be fine.
Well, this is Earl Weaver with us. So it's your fault, huh? That's why he's a shortstop?
Well, that's why he's a shortstop. But what he's accomplished, he would have accomplished a lot easier at third base. I just made it harder for the man. But I'll tell you this. He hadn't played shortstop in 2.5 years. He went out there that night, and it was all over.
You knew right away, huh?
Well, we had watched him as a kid. And his dad bring him out to the ballpark. I hit him ground balls. His dad hit him ground balls, and both of us knew that he's a born shortstop.
Earl Weaver, the longtime manager of the Baltimore Orioles, joins us on this festive night as we watch J.T. Snow lead it off for the Angels in a 1-1 game in the second inning. When you say you watched him as a kid, I mean you watched him as a 6- and 7-year-old kid, didn't you?
Well, yeah. His father played for me the year that Cal was born. He was a catcher in the Baltimore organization. But no, the dad had him out there when he was 13, 14, 15 years old, and hit him ground balls. And I'm born and raised in St. Louis and watched Marty Marion play. I don't guess too many people remember Marty Marion, but he was a 6'4", 6'5" shortstop that just glided. And that's what Cal reminded me of.
Earl, when you think about Cal Ripken making that move, there was some resistance within the organization to make that move, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. We had a young prospect. Well, it wasn't real young. We signed him out of college, but a fellow by the name of Bobby Bonner. But good ball player at the AAA level, real good ball player, but just leveled off, I guess, at the major league level. And we were dropping games, lack of defense, lack of unity on the field. And even though Cal was a rookie, he's the guy I wanted out there in the middle of the infield to settle everything down, because he grew up, as a baseball person with his father, having him at the park every day.
What are you feeling tonight, Earl, knowing Cal from really the time he was born and knowing his parents and knowing with him really being family, and you're seeing this scene tonight? Are you overwhelmed last night?
Overwhelmed. What is happening just couldn't happen, and here I am, the guy that had him as a rookie ball player. Well, he'd have been around anyway, no matter who had him. But I had him as a rookie ball player, and I'm proud of that. Who would ever dream that anybody could play 2,131 games? I know Lou played 2,130. So it can be accomplished, but it's just overwhelming, mind-boggling.
In 1982, when he really started the streak, he had a tough time at the start. And he talks about you talking to him every day about his hitting. What did you tell him about his hitting?
Well, I had broken in a lot of rookies at Baltimore, and some of them struggled, and some of them didn't have to. But Cal was still a young man, very young man, with 3.5 years of minor league experience, something like 20, 21 years old. And you just don't come in and eat up the American League or the National League, naturally, for that matter. But here was a guy that just took time. I know that Mickey Mantle came up with the Yankees and was sent back to Kansas City. Willie Mays went something like 0 for 40 or something when he first got to the big leagues, and Leo DeRocher stayed with him. So it wasn't hard to stay with a guy that's out there that was really helping me defensively anyway. The bat would come, and the bat has come, and he's accomplished it all.
Count remains full to J.T. Snow, who's the leadoff batter in the top of the second here on magical night at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Earl Weaver joining Chris Berman and Buck Martinez. This is hit to center field, but this time Brady won't have to crash into a wall. And he makes the catch, and there's one out, and Garrett Anderson is coming out. Now, after you move him to short, Earl, here you are. I like the idea that might foul up the kid, but I'm not going to let it happen, but I'd like to at least keep it through the weekend. It's a long weekend, 13.5-year weekend.
You're not kidding. I was fighting the organization, and I had made up my mind. Maybe Cal, and there were a lot of people within that didn't think that Cal could do it. But I wanted to satisfy myself. I didn't know if it was going to last a week. I didn't know if it was going to last a month. I certainly didn't know it was going to last 13 or 14 years. But he proved to everybody he was Rookie of the Year that year and most valuable player in the American League the following year.
For those that didn't see it last night, Earl, you threw out the first pitch and then immediately went and asked for Cal's autograph, which was classic.
Well, can you imagine what that poor man is going through? I mean, if you're on the team, every day you walk in, you know, you've got requests from your family, you got requests from your children. Would you get Cal to sign this? Would you get Cal to sign that? I thought, I've got the perfect opportunity right out here by myself. And my wife made me take the pen, and I couldn't have went back to the stands without it.
2 out as Anderson flies to left. Rex Hudler, the second baseman, coming up.
Earl, when I came in the big leagues in 1969, your team was the epitome of class in a professional ball club, and I think Cal Ripken was able to take that demeanor with him. Do you think that exposure to those Brooks Robinsons and Frank Robinsons and Mark Belangers had a lot to do with that?
No doubt about it. When you walked in that clubhouse, you know, and we had won 109, 108, but everybody was out there to do their job. And let's not forget the father, you know, a work ethic and really a strict person in family life. Cal was brought up the right way, but when you walk in that clubhouse and see the way Brooks Robinson acted and Frank and, you know, big superstars, and they're shaking hands and acting polite and doing what has to be done, it certainly had an influence. I believe it did.
Wow, there was so many Oriole teams that I think, Earl, that everybody around America felt that they knew so well. You had some of those stars you talked about, and you were in so many World Series, and some of the series you thought you'd lose, you won, and a couple of the ones you thought you'd win, you'd lose. Sometimes it works that way.
In 1969, the New York Mets was a surprise team. But if you go back today, 2 of those pitchers that got us are in the Hall of Fame, Nolan Ryan and Tom Seaver. So
Koosman wasn't too bad.
No, Koosman was very good. So, you know, it wasn't quite as much of an upset as everybody thought.
Rex Hudler fouls it back. It's 1-2 with 2 outs, and we should remind everyone that Cal will lead off the Orioles' second.
Well, you mentioned his dad, and I can remember watching Cal Sr. throw batting practice tirelessly out there and always hitting ground balls, and he was demanding, too. He didn't want guys to go about it with anything less than 100%.
No, he was a great coach. I had a great coaching staff and stayed right on everybody. But we had some leaders on that team that if the young guys come up and didn't perform, there were guys that were going to tell them about it. Look, we're here to win some ball games, and that's what we go out on that field for. Well, Cal had that built into him already anyway, but he just couldn't wait to play baseball. He loves to play baseball. Didn't we all love to play?
Boy, that's for sure, huh? That's what we were supposed to do.
Count is 2-2. And you, in '82, and then you left after that magical season. You almost got there. You left for a couple of years. You came back. By that time, Cal had won an MVP already, and they'd won a World Series. Was he not a different player, but a different guy? You could see he matured like maybe 10 years in those 3 that you were away?
Well, you know, a guy like Brooks and Frank Robinson and Cal, you don't need to say 10 words to him all year. You know, and Eddie Murray. They come in, they do their job. They put on that uniform and go out there. Not much instruction. When they make a mistake, the other ball players expect you to say something to them. So naturally, you go down and just, you know, say, well, you made a mistake or something like that. But they take care of themselves. Cal was a mature guy as a rookie. He was a mature person as a rookie. I got to say that because after not playing shortstop for 2.5 years, I stick his name in the lineup. He don't come in and say, well, I haven't played, I haven't done this, I haven't done that. I think he went to the old man, the father, and said, well, is that lineup card right? And the dad said, yeah. He said, okay, here we go.
Hudler swings and misses at strike 3. Hoyles makes the put out. The Angels are gone. It's a 1-1 game, and guess who's going to lead off the bottom of the second for the Orioles? Earl, we'd like you to stick around because I know you want to see Cal hit.
Oh, I'm going to see Cal hit.
Oh, looks like his cereal left him flat. Of course, theirs didn't. So what's your excuse? Hey, pick up the broken pieces of your life and move on. Look, there's hope. Here, try this, see? Kellogg's low-fat granola's got big clumps of rolled oats, brown sugar, sweet raisins, and almonds, not flat little flakes. So you get a taste that's anything but flat. So, hey, wake up, get with it, like they did. Try something that won't leave you flat. Kellogg's low-fat granola, now with even more raisins. And hurry, we can't take much more of this.
We changed the way you saw the world. Now we've made a world of changes. Introducing the new Ford Explorer, the top-selling compact sport utility with standard dual airbags. The one with control track four-wheel drive for instant traction control automatically. Plus an engine that lets you go 100,000 miles before your first tune-up. The new Ford Explorer. Far and away, the best the world has to offer.
Big East title is up for grabs, and the Hokies and Eagles are looking to make a run for it. This week, Virginia Tech welcomes BC to Blacksburg for a Thursday night primetime matchup. The Boston College Eagles versus the Virginia Tech Hokies, tomorrow at 8 on ESPN.
Back in Baltimore, the bottom of the second inning in a 1-1 game, the Orioles and the Angels. And Cal's coming up.
Ripken.
Can follow tonight at the plate with what he did last night, because he homered Monday night. He homered last night, also had 2 singles, converted a double play, made the last assist of the game. I told him jokingly earlier, I say, 2 homers or you fail tonight. He gave me that look. You know what that look is too.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he can even see the ball with all the flash bulbs going off.
There certainly are a lot of them. You know, I see Cal still awaiting the plate pretty much. When he was in that early slump in 1982, I thought maybe moving up on the plate would help him. But he didn't seem to think so. And I turned Cal Jr. over to Cal Sr. And whenever there was any problems as far as hitting were concerned, the father would get out there and work with him, and Cal would listen. Well, he would listen to me, too, but it just didn't seem to work. And he's off with a plate, and he's had tremendous success.
You had so many great players over the years, but to be able to have a young player come up in the environment that he came up with had to be a real bonus, because the guys like Brooksy and Frank Robinson that you had set a standard by which Oriole players always wanted to play up to.
Yeah, we're forgetting some pretty good guys, too.
Well, there's some good guys. There's some good guys.
And Frank Robinson. My goodness.
Skied. Fabregas out. Phillips in. Fabregas makes the play, and Cal's retired.
And that wasn't an easy play. Not at all. You know, it was just a good group. Book Powell, the Jolly Giant, man, was he something to be around. You know, he was easygoing as they come. Paul Blair.
Great pitching staff.
Outstanding. Outstanding pitching staff. We used to get them over. They were like Maddox today. We used to get those games over in 2 hours. That's 88 pitches play yard throw sometimes.
Recredo was always pitching, defense, and 3-run homers, and you had them all.
Yeah, well, the guys are getting bigger today. You need 2 3-run homers in a game usually today. I don't know if it's the pitching or if it's the shorter parks, but you better get 2 of them if you're going to be comfortable.
This is Harold Baines, another native Maryland player who kind of came home after being elsewhere in the majors. Texas, White Sox, the Oakland A's. 1-1 here in the bottom of the second inning on a very special night. This is Earl Weaver, who's along with Chris Berman and Buck Martinez, will Hear from longtime Oriole play-by-play voice John Miller. Fellow that lives in the White House, Mr. Clinton, will join us in the 6th inning. Brooks Robinson will join us. Joe DiMaggio will speak tonight, or will be around tonight. We'll be here for all the ceremonies. Frank gave a speech last night. It's no one will ever forget these days, Earl.
That's something.
How would you like to sit in on that conversation talking about hitting? Frank Robinson and Joe DiMaggio.
Well, they're talking about the past, I'm sure.
Don't see Joe out too much. Ball games?
No. You know, it's Joe DiMaggio. I can go anywhere in the world and nobody's going to bother me, except possibly here. I'll sign a few autographs. But Joe can't go anywhere.
No.
It's just an impossible situation. And if you try, there's just no end. You know, if Joe walked down the aisle, everybody in this ballpark naturally would want Joe DiMaggio's autograph. If you sign one, it's almost, you can sign a few, but it keeps you inside.
Of course, Cal's been getting writer's cramp this year.
Oh, I believe that.
Ball's driven by Baines to left field. Garrett Anderson over his head. Baines will be in with a double. Ball just kept sailing. Boy, it's really been a little launching pad to left center field and left these two nights, Earl, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. The 2 ball games that I've seen since I'm up here, the ball is carried well. I don't know if it's the heat, the humidity. Don't seem like there should be much wind on this field. Either, well, sometimes straight in from center, but any other way, nothing to stop the ball from going or help the ball to go.
You love the old park, obviously, Memorial Stadium, but this yard is special, isn't it?
Why, certainly. It's a fantastic state-of-the-art. And we had our good times in Memorial Stadium, but I would have liked to manage. Well, I don't want to manage, but, you know, the last year I would have liked to.
I mean, you've had enough of that, Earl? Come on.
I just got my Medicare card.
The umps couldn't wait for you to get that.
Go out there and argue with the umpires and drop over.
This is Chris Hoyles, the catcher, and the count is 1-0. Baines at second, 1 out, bottom of the second. And I know you feel the adulation, the cheers, everything that Cal is getting from across the country and maybe from around the world, baseball fans or not, that he deserves every one of them, doesn't he?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I don't know how it happened. I don't know how this could happen. You'd think back, how did Gehrig ever do it? And here we got a guy in our generation, and thank goodness I'm not too old to be here to see it. Just unbelievable.
Well, that's the thing that's so remarkable, because nowadays they're so protective of players because of the financial investment they have. They're anxious to put a guy on the disabled list if he's got a little problem, but Cal has been so steady without any problems. It's quite remarkable that he's been able to just avoid injuries.
Well, we can quit talking about it because, you know, there's not much more you can say. How he avoided injuries all that time. I forget who was second, but they said something like 3,700 players have been on the disabled list since the streak started. And God knows how many people have come into the big leagues and started a streak of their own. But 300, 400, 500 games, I guess, would be alive. I know Jeff Conine down in Florida just broke a 350-gamer.
Frank Thomas is over 230 games consecutively.
Yeah, it's like a burp. Well, in case you've forgotten, that 0 goes to 1 after the team that trails has batted for the 5th time. And if you weren't with us on our cut-in last night, I didn't see what happens. Just, you don't want to miss it. That's all I'll say.
You do not want to miss that. That's the one that got me.
Got Cal.
Oh, my goodness.
Because you know why, Earl?
And
that number,
going to get me more tonight.
The number 2130, if you think about it, 2131, that number won't last because whatever Cal ends with will be the new number. But this one we've been seeing for over a half-century, the 2130. So when that went up, that brought it home, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
2-2 to count to Hoyles. They will remain the same.
You know, Ernie Banks is up there with the celebration. And I think Ernie's way up there on consecutive games played. I really don't know as a fact, but he had played, I'm sure he had played, he had a streak going. And my point about that was Ernie was a shortstop to start with, but before it was over, you know, to use Ernie's bat, they moved him to first base, and he finished up as a first baseman.
Was there ever a point after you initially moved him there that you felt he would be better off going back to third base because his skills at third were probably all-star caliber at third as well?
Well, I wanted him in the center of that infield. You know, that's a general out there. Not to belittle any third baseman's accomplishments, but he's out there calling the plays in the middle, and who's covering, you know, on the steals, and who's covering from the pitcher.
Phillips makes the play, holds Baines at second base across the diamond. They're 2 out, and Jeff Houston coming up. You've got David Robinson, and he was here for a presentation last night. You don't have to be just a baseball fan to be. I think everyone's a Ripken fan.
Yeah.
Every athlete, every Buck, as you said, father and son and mother and daughter can respect what's happening here. Earl, this is a tough question. Not tough. I'm sure you've been asked
not
it.
Too tough.
Well, I'm all right. Can this happen ever again? Somebody played 2,000.
I would not think so, because to start with, I didn't think, even at the start of this season, making plans to get up here, because so many things can happen, you know. And 2,000 games, that's an accomplishment. Now that it's going to happen tonight, it's a much bigger accomplishment. But I was still leery a month and a half ago. But when we start getting close, you know, you had to get up here and you had to do it. I don't think anybody can do it, but I didn't think anybody could break Gehrig's record.
It was interesting when Everett Scott established a record. He said, no, I don't think there'll ever be a ball player establish it because these ball players nowadays get out of the lineup with a hangnail.
This was Everett Scott who said it.
That was in the 30s.
1925, the streak ended.
Well, you know.
There it is. There's Frank Thomas, 234. Next. You being here has added greatly to the festivities. This is such a, this is a one-sport town. It wasn't when you were here with the Colts, but it's just such a fine, I don't have to tell you, a baseball town, that this is a baseball accomplishment happening in an all-baseball town. It
couldn't happen in a better place.
Yep.
That is
feel
a fact.
that way.
I got to see the Texas Park this year. That's beautiful, and I'm sure Cleveland, the White Sox.
Nice.
But this one's unique.
Well, that'll do it. Houston is struck out. Earl, thank you so much for joining us. Earl Weaver, the manager of the Orioles for so many years. We believe the president may be next.
Well,
Stay
the
with
pleasure
us.
was all mine. I think that.
She was beaten and died of a blow to the back of the head.
In a world he doesn't belong.
I just want some answers. I'm sorry, fella. My name's not fella.
Easy Rollins is asking questions no one wants answered.
Get it.
Now, no one can stop him.
Start up my car, keep it hot, I'm coming out fast.
From finding the truth.
Don't lie to me!
Academy Award winner Denzel Washington, Devil in a Blue Dress, rated R. At theaters September 29th.
Little investment advice. Bip Roberts, 1986 rookie card, worth about $275. 20 years from now, who knows? 1,000, 2,000, might even go.
Bip, man, you were looking at Robin Roberts. Says here your card's worth 4 cents.
Yo, T, 4 cents if it's in excellent condition, but 10 cents if it's totally mint.
Oh, sorry.
Welcome, everyone, to our Wednesday Night Baseball studios. I'm John Saunders. It seems like it's a night for milestones all around, although none quite like Cal Ripken Jr.'s. But Roger Clemens is moving up the list as well. Career strikeout number 2,304, passing Juan Marichal, number 30 all-time. Right now, back to Chris and Buck.
Boy, this is a big night if we trot John Saunders out. My goodness. And You'll see those Red Sox on Sunday. On Sunday Night Baseball, the Red Sox and Yankees. Talk about rivalries. There it is. Boston pretty much, I'd say they're in the driver's seat in the East, but the Yankees need every game.
Well, Don Mattingly trying to get into the postseason for the first time in his career. Now, Ripken's been there before, but he would like to make a run at the wild card here in Baltimore.
The Angels in a 1-1 game in the third inning, 8-9-1. George Fabregas, the young catcher, Damian Easley, and the top of the order, Tony Phillips against Mike Mussina. Tune in late. Tim Salmon, a 2-out home run, a solo home run in the first inning, his 32nd for a 1-0 Angel lead. Paul Merrill with a 2-out solo home run in the bottom of the first, his 33rd, and that's where we stand 1-1. Long ball, cow ball. Earl Weaver. We'll hear from the President of the United States. Brooks Robinson expected to join us. John Miller, our Sunday night voice, and of course we've seen so many of Cal's games as longtime voice of the Orioles. And a whole lot more and festivities after the game. You've seen Joe DiMaggio and Frank Robinson, and Ernie Banks is here, and here's Cal. 1 out.
Cal Ripken said he learned an awful lot from former Oriole shortstop Mark Belanger. Smooth fielding, strong accurate arm.
And of course the aerial views. Appearing over major sporting events for 70 years now. That's longer than Cal's streak. The Goodyear blimp, Stars and Stripes, is here with Captain Jim Maloney from Vienna, Virginia at the controls. And yes, even the blimp knows the night is special. Yeah, Goodyear out tonight. Cal #1 tonight, see? But it has been a good year, at least for Cal. Not getting hurt, as Earl mentioned. Of course, it's been a tough year for him because we figured that, and he figured that the Orioles would just get caught up in all the emotion, and nights that they had last night when they hit all those home runs would just carry over to the season. They'd be in the thick of a pennant race, and I know that's eating at Cal quite a bit, Buck.
Well, they went out and made some acquisitions in late July, early August. They picked up Scott Erickson from the Twins. They went out and got Bobby Bonilla, and they were trying to make a run at the wild card spot at least. But they haven't been able to put the skids on. That's Erickson, who has pitched well since coming to Baltimore. Bobby Bonilla has done a good job with the bat. But overall, the play has been inconsistent. The Orioles haven't been able to stay in the thick of that wild card race.
Now the Orioles 56-65, 19.5 out. Has been a bummer. The Orioles have gone 12-24. 13-23 since they've skidded. And this is the wild card standings. Well, everyone's in it. It's got to leapfrog over a lot of teams.
The problem for the Orioles is they've got so many clubs ahead of them that they're going to have to jump over. 6.5 doesn't look like a bad number, but all the teams in front of them is a problem.
A gentleman from the White House has joined us, Mr. Clinton. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
This is a, you're here as president or as a fan tonight, sir?
Well, I'm mostly as a fan, a little bit as president, because I think the president ought to be here tonight.
Yes, sir.
For this historic night.
Hello, Mr. President. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
This is a, I know you've been following it. You're not far down the road. Of course, you're never out of touch. This is a wonderful evening. It's been a wonderful week. I know you've kept your eye on all the proceedings.
I have kept my eye on the proceedings. I watched the game last night carefully. I was in the air, so I couldn't see it, but I mean, I kept up with it. And got up this morning, read the box score. Was pleased about it. And we came in early tonight. My daughter and I did. Hillary's still in China, so Chelsea and I and a friend of hers who's also a big Orioles fan came tonight, and we got to see Cal and the other Orioles and the vice president and his son Albert and a friend of his came. So we made and Mrs. Gore, so we made a big family outing of it.
That's what baseball's supposed to be, isn't it?
I think this game last night and tonight is going to do a lot to help America fall back in love with baseball. And
we hope so. I mean, that's Cal's got a lot of weight on his shoulders as Easley will dig for it pair.
He got it.
And he got it. You're welcome to call innings. Just stop. Just go right ahead. It easily gets a double.
You can see the plate better than I could. It's nice over there in the owner's box where I was sitting because I can't see the plate, so I can second guess the umpire, just like everybody else.
We do that all the time.
Well, isn't it good to be on the other end of that every now and then?
At least you got a little evidence on your side. You can see the plate.
Oh, we got replay. We got all sorts of surveillance stuff up here.
It is good to be on the other side of that every now and then. I know how that fellow feels.
Well, you were quite involved with baseball and really bittersweet. At the time, things didn't get accomplished in the spring, and I know the way you feel. You must feel that this will be a springboard. Baseball was Tony Phillips gets plunked. But baseball is there to be loved and cherished. It just is waiting for the opportunity. You feel that way?
I do, and I think the reason I say this about what I said about Cal Ripken is not just the fact that he's breaking a record, but the record that he's breaking, the way he broke it, the way he's breaking it, and the fact that he's been with one team for his whole career. And he's really he's been able to combine talent and joy with old-fashioned dedication and constancy. You know, and I think that it's a great message that to go out to young people all across the country. I also think that it's causing a lot of Americans not only to appreciate baseball more, but I think they're appreciating this kind of dedication in other ways. Last night when I got home from California, I watched the late night news, the local news, and there was a feature on our local news of a bus driver in Virginia that had not missed a day's work in 18 years. And the only reason they did that was because of the Ripken record. And I imagine that'll happen now all across America. People will be looking at teachers that never miss days and other people who never miss days. And it will sort of lift up something good in America. I think that's great.
I've noticed it in both clubhouses today how excited the ball players are about it. You probably noticed it as well, even in the Angels locker room.
These younger players, you know, it's a good thing for them to see someone's success that they can admire and they can't resent, they can't regret. You know, it's just something that's there and it's real. And I think that's good. I always think it's a good thing when people who do the same thing can honor someone for his or her success with no resentment. And I don't think there is. I think there's just a simple sense that this guy's done something extraordinary. I love it.
Well, you being a public servant, governor and president, imagine not taking a day off for 13 and a half seasons. Can you actually think about that as a kind of, well, you're never off as a public servant, but
I like that. I mean, you know, I really like it. I like people that are devoted to what they do, that think they're supposed to show up every day.
Well, not only does he show up, but he prepares impeccably for his job every day.
But, you know, I think these stands here tonight are full of people who probably never get recognized, but who show up every day, both for their jobs and for their kids. And again, I think that's one good thing that'll come out of this is that people will begin to look around for the people that just are always there, always doing their duty. They may not be the flashiest person anybody knows. They may not have what somebody considers to be the biggest job in the world, but they're always there. Those are the people that make this country go, after all. And Cal Ripken, in a funny way, has made heroes of all of them as well. The other thing that I think is great about this is that they're doing this benefit for Lou Gehrig's disease tonight, which is a great thing, you know, a great way to honor Lou Gehrig. And I just saw a friend of mine from another state who just, by coincidence, I saw tonight, a man I've known for many years who is dealing with his own Lou Gehrig's disease. And he said tonight, he was a wonderful guy. He came to this game and he said, you know, now that we've broken Lou Gehrig's record, it's time to break Lou Gehrig's disease.
Amen.
And they would. I know that there were some good people in New York who wrote that maybe Ripken should leave the record as a tie, but if Lou Gehrig were around, he'd say, get out there on the field and play.
You know he would.
That's exactly what he'd say. And that's why I think it's so wonderful that they're doing this benefit for the disease tonight.
This is Jim Edmonds, who flew out to right field in the first inning. Phillips struck out. Damon Easy, the runner at second base. You're in a 1-1 game with 2 out in the third inning. Chris Berman and Buck Martinez and the President of the United States, Mr. Clinton. And
you wonder about a guy like him. Here's a young man just been in the majors, you know, not very long. And I wonder if he thinks about if the talent permits him to do it and he doesn't get an injury that's unavoidable if he could play for 10, 12 years. That's another thing I hope. I hope that it kind of changes the attitude of makes both the players and the owners want to kind of come together a little more and keep this sport going.
Right. Now I know why we're all at the park. That's what we're here.
Let's send out. Don't you guys have carry out? Let's send out for 4
I was counting on your poll tonight, sir, to get that up there. I didn't want to use all my chits tonight. Were you growing in Arkansas Cardinal fan?
No, Cardinal fan.
Right? So
we
Musial?
Musial. And all the Cardinals. We all love the Cardinals because, keep in mind at that time, today, Dallas is the closest Major League Baseball team to Arkansas. But there were no Texas teams then when I was a kid. So we almost all of us either were Cardinal fans or we got a lot of Cubs games on WLS out of Chicago. WLS was a very strong radio station. We could hear it all down there. But I can remember before we ever had a television at home, doing my homework as a child, listening to the Cardinal games on the radio at night.
Well, listening to baseball on the radio, that was the way people found out about, well, even beyond Lou Gehrig. I mean, much more recent than that, the Musial and you conjured up ideas of heroes, I guess, and really never saw them play. Read about them, heard them on the radio.
Well, you know, Musial was, he played long enough to be on television.
Yes.
And so I guess I was maybe 10, and it was 1956 when we finally got a television. But a lot of people my age and a little older, our childhood was the radio. And in a funny way, even though I'm a creature of television and I love it and I'm a big ESPN fan, the thing about radio is it really fires your imagination because you literally have to, there's my girl.
She's enjoying herself tonight.
Having a big time.
You don't get a chance that much to get out and just enjoy a ball game, I suppose.
She was here a couple of weeks ago when the Toronto Blue Jays were here and I was doing a ball game, and she was right down on that front row really watching the ball game. And
she loves baseball.
Great seat.
Loves baseball. And she's got a friend with her who's a huge baseball fan. They got Brady Anderson's autograph tonight. That's what,
there you go.
That was their second objective after seeing Cal get his autograph.
Sideburns are in again.
Yeah. That's amazing. We had them 25, 30 years ago.
Well, Mr. President, it wouldn't be a night like this in baseball if you weren't at the park and you didn't join us, and we appreciate your time. We hope we get to do this again. You're welcome to call as many innings as you like.
No, I won't do that, but I'm disappointed I didn't get some sort of a fancy nickname out of you.
Like, I just didn't think it was presidential.
Berman or something.
I didn't think it was presidential, but I'll tell you what, I got my best man on it. Next time I see you, you'll be all set.
You got a deal.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Thank you. 1-1 game here in the bottom of the third inning on Cal Ripken night. And we told you we'd have guests, and we try and please here. Now the Orioles now begin here in the bottom of the third inning, 9-1-2. Which will be the youngster, Mark Smith, Brady Anderson, Manny Alexander. Smith, who hit a homer last night, skies it. And there's one out.
Center fielder, Brady Anderson.
Brady Anderson with batter. He's 0 for 1 tonight, batting here in the bottom of the third inning.
I was just getting some policy done with the
president.
president.
I noticed that, and I just thought I'd help you out.
Well, that food looked good there. He wanted us to get that in. I can't believe he wants a nickname. That's well, we'll have one.
I can't believe you didn't have one.
No,
just
not
reserve.
Tonight.
You got to have one in reserve,
you don't just
Boomer.
trot one out without floating it a little bit for the president.
You never even gave it a thought?
Not really. Cal doesn't have one, and Bill Clinton doesn't have one. That was great. He's a big sports fan. Everybody knows that. Basketball, golfer, and family night out at the park. Mom's in China. Rest of the family here at the park. First family, the second family. Man, no wonder tickets were tough, huh?
Quite a great atmosphere here tonight. And this president was right about this is what baseball needs. A few more of these nights where everybody gets back to appreciate the game itself.
They're using special ball. I think of this as the ball falls back into the crowd by Brady Anderson. Everybody's scrambling after the ball. The special balls tonight, as they do at an all-star game when they have a special all-star game baseball. This is a special Cal Ripken commemorative night ball. Some of the president of the American League, Jim Gehrig, who I met before the game. We visited with the umpires, Al Clark and the guys.
Well, I tell you, you keep your eye on those balls during the course of the game. The catchers, if it's strike 3 in an inning, they'll stick it right in their back pocket and run off the field.
Well, don't tell me that comes from someone who tried that before.
Well, they're special. Greg Myers, who caught here last night, took one off the field for one of his coaches.
Driven to left field, a base hit for Brady Anderson. Brady, who had 2 homers and a double last night, almost made a circus catch here in the first inning. The home run by Salmon now continues his hot streak at the plate. The third Oriole hit of the night. There's been 1 in each inning off of Shawn Boskie.
Now this ball is away, and you see how Brady Anderson stays on it. He had outside half of the plate on his mind, and he strokes it into left field.
That was kind of interesting. We ought to let people, Buck, a little behind the scenes here. We were thinking the president would come in the 6th inning. That was our information. Of course, whenever he would like to come, we have a seat for him. But we were in the middle of it. We weren't sure. No, I turned around to look at you to make a point. And the President of the United States was sitting next to us, and we should tell it. It seemed like this is all rehearsed, and everybody knows what's going on. And I said, well, Buck, and there he is with the hand out and introducing himself to both of us, just like he was someone that dropped in at the game, which is, I think, he probably appreciates. That doesn't get to happen to him now.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of formality to it. He came in and made himself at home. What a big night for us, huh?
Oh, boy. That's a big night for everybody at home. I hope you're enjoying. We're going to hear from Brooks Robinson and John Miller and others. Watch Cal. And just a couple innings away now from the expected 2,131 consecutive games. 1-1 game here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 1 run, 3 hits for the Orioles. 1 run, 2 hits for the California Angels on getaway day for both. California, it's been a rough road trip. Actually, their tough way started at home when they lost 3 or 4 to the Orioles before they came east. They're looking to get home, and the Orioles a day off tomorrow. And how do you think Cal is looking at that one before they resume at Cleveland on Friday? In like Clinton. Man, where was I? I had a nickname for him in a presidential piece a year ago, and I gapped.
You panicked.
I couldn't come up with it. You know, it kind of was an.
You got the yips.
It was an executive order. I couldn't go with it.
You missed the 3-footer.
Boy, I did. I had the yips. He rode around the park last night in a golf cart, so that would. We got the yips. Yeah, Boskie's pitched pretty well. I mean, if there's the heat of the moment tonight, he thus far has not shown it, Buck. Rip, but foul past Steve Boros, the third base coach.
Shawn Boskie is very aware of the Angels' skid, and that skid is not a direct result of the pitching, but it's certainly affected by the pitching. I don't care what kind of team you have. You are only as good as your starting pitching, and they really set the tone for the ball game. And this Angel Ball Club has very good starters. Langston, Finley, Jim Abbott, Brian Anderson, along with Boskie. But right now, they're going through a bit of a tough time, and Marcel Latchman, the manager, knows that sooner or later they're going to work their way out of it. They just need to have a big game, a well-pitched start like they're getting from Boskie tonight to get things turned around.
This could be trouble. Little blooper behind first, and nice play made by J.T. Snow. Didn't travel as far as originally looked like it, but Snow is one of the best fielding first basemen in baseball. And this will bring up Rafael Palmeiro, who hit a home run His first time up, Baseball Across America on ESPN2 tomorrow night. Hey, now you're my neck of the woods, the Eastern League. The two AA squads of the expansion teams, the Portland Sea Dogs, team of the Marlins, and the New Haven Ravens down the street from where we live in Connecticut. The Ravens, the AA club of the Colorado Rockies, the Portland Sea Dogs, and the New Haven Ravens head on tomorrow here on ESPN. Congratulations to both squads, the Sea Dogs. There goes the base runner out back. Dan Burke, our one-time head of Cap Cities, owner of the Portland Sea Dogs, the New Haven Ravens, Charlie Dowd. Nice job. We've gone to taking my kids to a few games there this year at Yale Field, Buck.
Well, that's a great atmosphere of minor league baseball, and you know, I'm really getting into all the different names, the Trenton Thunder and the New Haven Raven, the Portland Sea Dogs, the Chattanooga Lookouts.
So Anderson running on the first pitch, fouled up by Palmeiro. Pitch up top and outside. Now you look at these first basemen, Palmeiro and Snow making the play, and they're 2 outs, so we won't really get underway that much with this discussion. But a lot of people refamiliarize themselves, Buck, with Lou Gehrig and what kind of player he was, and really forget that he played in the shadow of Babe Ruth. If you were to take 5 players all time, he'd be one of them.
Oh, no.
You look at those numbers, you look at what he did. I mean, he's third in RBIs, and we'll go into this some more, but 7 times 150 RBIs or more.
Now, that's why Cal Ripken didn't want to draw any comparisons between himself and Lou Gehrig, because they were different types of players. Gehrig was relied upon to provide the big offensive production. He had a couple close calls over at first base. Greg Cost, the first base umpire, down on one knee. Boskie is quick to first.
Well, Greg ran Phil Regan on Monday night's game. I asked Greg before the game, and said, "Do you expect any of that tonight?" And I said, I kind of think odds are slim that we'll run anyone unless we absolutely have to. Anderson takes a big lead. This one's skied by Palmeiro. This is a long run behind second for Hudler and Snow. And Salmon, the right fielder, makes the call. And there are 3 outs. We have played 3 here at Camden Yards. And you never know who's going to show up here in the booth.
Monroe developed SensorTrack shocks to smooth out the road for a comfortable ride. But SensorTrack doesn't stop there. It's the only shock that also gives you extra control when you need it most. SensorTrack shocks and struts, only by Monroe, for comfort and control.
Yeah, I'm working on a pretty big project. And I don't have a lot of money to spend. I mean, I want a really good price.
That's our pinpoint pricing.
At True Value, we've lowered the prices on over 900 items. So no matter what your project needs, you'll find it at just the right price every day.
Hey, it's true. Help is just around the corner.
Hey, anybody want to split a pizza? Sure. Pepperoni okay?
Great. There's nothing quite like a delicious pan pizza from Pizza Hut.
Where are you?
Over here.
Which way?
In the corner.
Whoa. Come on in. With its thick golden crust, abundant toppings, and all that cheese.
Is this company named after you or your dad?
Me. Oh, cool. It's meant to be shared.
With Ryder, you can drive off with great rates. So whether it's cross-town or cross-country, don't make a move without calling Ryder first. Call 1-800-GO-RYDER.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Lou Gehrig, .340 lifetime batting average, 493 home runs. His RBIs almost 2,000. His 23 grand slams by 5, the most of anybody in baseball. McCovey's next with 18. 8 200 hit seasons. Only Rose and Cobb with 10 and 9 respectively had more. 1,888 runs scored. First player in the modern era to hit 4 home runs in one game. And here's a little Lou Gehrig note as the Angels begin their fourth inning with Tim Salmon, who hit the home run that fell in and out of the glove of Brady Anderson in center field. It's a home run note. And talk about greats, Buck. Mussina works him inside. Lou Gehrig was one of only 2 players to ever hit 2 home runs in a game off Walter Johnson. He was the only one to hit 2 home runs that went out of the park. The other were inside the park home runs. Walter Johnson pitched 6,000 innings, gave up 97 homers. Gehrig hit 2 off him in one game. So there's there's just one instance of what a great player he was, and not to mention what a gentleman. And of course, that speech that you saw, 61,808 at Yankee Stadium on July 4th, 1939, less than 2 years later, he would die 17 days shy of his 38th birthday. And Joe DiMaggio was a teammate of Lou Gehrig for several seasons. Gehrig's last season in 1939. Joe DiMaggio, a teammate of Lou's for 4 seasons. I wonder what he is thinking tonight. He's thinking all sorts of things.
Much like Ripken, Lou Gehrig was the gentleman, as you mentioned, and Gehrig came out of Columbia University in New York, and he was just the epitome of class. He was a professional ball player like Lou Ripken. You know, at one point in his career, they took an X-ray of his hands, and they found 17 different fractures in his hands that really never led to his missing any games, obviously. But he played through those injuries.
A base hit by Salmon. He's 2 for 2 tonight. An average year for Lou Gehrig from 27, beginning with that Murderers Row Yankees season, to 37. Average season, 39, 153, and 350. I mean, some of the seasons he had in 1936, 49 homers, 152 RBIs, 167 runs scored. 1931, 46 homers, 184 RBIs, the American League record, and 163 runs scored. Not to mention 341 average. He hit as high as 379 in 1930. Lou Gehrig, on his monument, as Chili Davis is up, on the monument on Lou Gehrig in Yankee Stadium, not his tombstone in Valhalla, New York, but on the monument at Yankee Stadium, quote, "A man, a gentleman, and a great player, whose amazing record of 2,130 consecutive games should stand for all time." Yes, that was wrong, but gentleman on a monument in a ballpark is, now there's a word, Buck. We hear great, we hear superstar, we hear star, we hear fabulous. It's thrown around like nickels. Gentleman. That's a word we don't hear overused.
And they can't take that away from him. Same can be said for that man right there. All around baseball the last week or so, every time I ran into a ball player and they knew I was coming to do this game, they said, "Man, oh man, I wish I could climb in your bag and go with you." What a special night it's going to be. Anybody that has ever stepped onto the field and played understands just how demanding it is to play shortstop.
I did see at the airport you were charged for overweight luggage. I did see that.
You guys snuck in.
Yeah, we got spy. You saw that surveillance we had here. Just the president, the only one that has this stuff. Chile struck out in the first inning. Count is 1-2. Salmon at first, 1-1 game. Top of the fourth. I think the similarities between Ripken and Gehrig, Buck. This could be 2. It's Cal to start it. And Cal to make the throw across. So doing what comes naturally, and he had him played perfectly, which should be no surprise.
Well, I tell you, he is smooth as silk out there. He played up the middle. He knows Mussina's got outstanding command, so Cal Ripken can really over-exaggerate his defensive positioning. He takes the ball on a couple of hops, little glide step towards second and fires on the first base. An easy double play.
Oh, I see. Oh, I thought he had to go. He's with John Miller, the voice of the Orioles. And John dressed dapperly tonight. President with John Miller. I think the president is enjoying himself. An important double play. Obviously, as Snow follows immediately with a base hit to left. The base is clear and 2 outs. And on Sunday, Mr. Clinton will not be John's partner. Joe Morgan will be. And they'll be at Yankee Stadium. The Red Sox and the Yankees at 8 Eastern time. Sunday Night Baseball, one of the great rivalries. Red Sox, Yankees, Giants, Dodgers. Even though the Yankees and Red Sox are involved with different sort of things, obviously the Yankees are not going to catch the Red Sox this year in the East. The Yankees can still make the wild card race. And the Yankees, Red Sox, meaningful September game. This is a Giants, Dodgers meaningful September game, which we may have yet. With that NL West, the last, thank goodness there's one division in which there's suspense, although the Angels are making it suspenseful all of a sudden in the AL West.
Yeah, they've just got a 5.5 game lead over Ken Griffey's Seattle Mariners. So they would like to get it headed back in the opposite direction.
Mariners leading 1-0 at New York tonight in the 6th inning.
Mariners got one more stop on their 10-game road swing to the east. They stop in Cleveland and play the Indians tomorrow night. There you look at the AL West standings. Seattle, 3 games over 500, 5.5 back. Texas Rangers have had a mild skid here the last couple of days.
Garrett Anderson, he just came up and flat out hit. Rod Carew told me he'd call him the franchise the way he swings the bat. He's all ears when it comes to listening to Carew, and there's, of course, what Rod Carew has done with Jim Edmonds, and you're seeing there, and some of the other hitters. Carew loves this night. Of course, he was one of the few that has 3,000 hits.
Well, you know, it was interesting how the young players began to start listening to Rod Carew. It was only after Chili Davis and Tony Phillips came around and they started questioning Carew about their approach at the plate. And some young guys said, hey, if it's good enough for them, maybe I ought to give it a try. Yep. And since then, Rod Carew, the hitting instructor for the Angels, has kept a book for all of his hitters on how the pitchers around the league pitch them. There's a good changeup for a strikeout.
And Mussina worked the younger Garrett Anderson to strike him out. Runner is stranded. We're 1-1 heading to the bottom of the 4th with Cal Ripken due up second. Stay around.
You know, instead of looking back at Kelly Springfield's long, rich history, we prefer to look ahead. And we recommend that you do the same. Kelly Springfield, America's oldest tire company.
I get here early to stock up on Texaco Haviland Formula 3 motor oil because it gives my engine complete protection.
Me too.
Michael Andretti.
Texaco Haviland Formula 3 is formulated to control volatility and fight vaporization. And it's the same oil used by championship racing teams.
Empty.
Tough track, huh?
Take it to the star.
Get a Major League Baseball team cap when you buy a case of Haviland Formula 3.
A big 1-2 cleaning punch by Eureka. Corded Super Broom. Real suction power for quick pickups everywhere. Or cordless Boss Light for bare floors and powered brush roll for carpets. Corded Super Broom. Cordless Boss Light. Stick brooms at prices you won't believe. From Eureka.
Sherwin-Williams invited some of our toughest customers to test our Everclean paint. Stains just don't stand a chance. They wipe away or your money back. Hey, there's only one Everclean paint and only one place to get it. Ask Sherwin-Williams.
Mariners and the Yankees, runners on first and third. Ruben Sierra at the plate. A hot shot down to first. Tino Martinez with a stab makes the unassisted play. He also has the home run in the game. Seattle leads 1-0. Time now for the K Factor presented by Kellogg's. Over Cal Ripken's streak, 1,351 times he has gone the entire game without a strikeout, and only once during that streak did he strike out 4 times, so only once did he have to carry around that plastic bat that the Kangaroo Court hands out. You know about that, don't you, Buck? Back to you.
Sure do. That's right, John. The Orioles had a great kangaroo court that was initiated by Frank Robinson, and they had a base running award. It was a pair of old beaten up shoes, and they had that bat for a bad night at the plate. The K factor.
The K factor. Bobby Bonilla, Cal Ripken, Harold Baines here in the Orioles' fourth 1-1 game. Salmon and Palmeiro each solo home runs with 2 out in the first inning. That's how the teams have scored. You know what helps make this night so special is, I mean, there's so many things that do Buck with Ripken in the on-deck circle, but Cal's a hometown boy playing for the same team, his hometown team, as Gehrig grew up in New York playing for the Yankees. It was their dream to play for this team, as it was for those who grew up around them to watch them play for this hometown team. And of course, younger brother Billy Ripken. What a moment that is, huh?
Wow. Stood up and said, nice going.
Billy. This is a sweet swing to center field. Back with Jim Edmonds. Back. Gone. The Orioles at 5 last night. They've got 2 tonight. Palmeiro, number 33. Bonilla, number 6, as a Baltimore Oriole.
Bobby Bonilla likes that ball away. He struck out on 3 pitches away the first time up. And now he turns it over to Cal Ripken Jr.
As do we. Ball 1 from Shawn Boskie. His brother Billy, one of the 32nd basemen that has played with Cal through the years of the Orioles.
The thing that has separated Cal Ripken from an awful lot of players throughout his career is his competitiveness. He is a tremendous competitor who really studies pitchers and opponents. Watch the concentration in his face.
Every pitch, there's about, what do you think, 4,000 flash bulbs? That's conservative, isn't it, Buck?
I think so. You got to really be focused to concentrate with all those bulbs popping around you. But he goes to the plate with a definite game plan, and he'll stick to it. He doesn't deviate very often.
Rip to left! Oh my goodness! He's done it again!
Did we really think that Cal Ripken would limp into this streak, into this record-breaking night? Home run Monday, home run Tuesday, home run Wednesday. You have got to be kidding us. 2,131 consecutive games is superhuman enough. What he's done with all this weight these 3 nights has put it to even another level.
His dad told him to do the job right, and is he ever?
I really don't think anyone expected him to hit a homer again tonight, although I don't know what there is that he can't do.
If you know him, you expect it. That's the kind of player he is. He seems to be able to call up anything that is needed. You need a leadoff double to start the 9th. That's what he does.
325 lifetime home runs for Cal Ripken. I guess any man that can win MVP awards 8 years apart, only one player did it with a longer span apart. Willie Mays 11 years apart. You just, is that relief, elation, figuring that he's got something else up his sleeve for us? What is that look?
That look is satisfaction.
I think the crowd is numb by it, Buck. I mean, ground ball by Hoyles that's handled by Phillips. The crowd is numb.
Let's take a look at this pitch from Boskie. Fastball about belt high, and he hooks it. Look at the numbers up on the warehouse. Typical Ripken style, isn't it? Understated.
Yeah, nice going, bro. Hudler over to Snow, and Houston is retired. On Cal Ripken's night, Cal Ripken has helped put the Orioles ahead 3-1, which means after the next half inning, if the Angels don't tie it, he's knocking on heaven's door.
Back again? You're all knotted up like strangers.
I can't help it. I keep working those Angels games.
There's a high fly to center. He's really worked this baby way back. Another Angels home run.
You get the Angels all year, now you got them in the playoffs.
Playoffs? What are your 96 Angels season tickets now and your guaranteed playoff tickets for 95?
Hi, I'm Andy Crane, my wife Charlene. If you're planning a special event in your near future, wedding, divorce party, bar mitzvah, wake, anything along those lines, come on over and use our top of the villa room for parties from 25 or so up to 100.
Today's our 2nd anniversary. 2 years ago I told you that my husband came home and bought an Italian restaurant, and it was on April Fool's Day, really. And today we're celebrating our 2nd anniversary, and please come in and join us. We still have a good time. We still need the money.
Save $14 to $44 on Pirelli Performance tires at all 4-day tire stores. For the 4-day store nearest you, call 1-800-353-TIRE.
It's your job to pick up your Boskie out of the backfield! And if you walk through the top, you can go back home to Mommy and Daddy!
Gee, I bet this is a different guy than you met during the recruiting process, huh?
Orioles lead it 3-1. Ripken and Bonilla homered in the bottom of the 4th. Boy, did Cal homer.
Look at the eyes. Tremendous concentration and determination. And then elation.
it's short now as the Angels face a 3-1 deficit, and the ace of the Oriole staff, Mike Mussina. Hudler, Fabregas, Easley, 7, 8, 9. And then hold on to your seats. The eruption that if this was a playoff game or a pennant game or a different sort of game that might have continued through these 5 minutes is just being put on hold for about 3 outs, unless the Angels tie the game, in which case it won't be official until the Orioles bat in the bottom of the 5th. Rex Hudler, a former Oriole and one of 30 second basemen who has teamed with Ripken over his streak, pops out, and there's 1 out. Now the catcher, George Fabregas, who Monday night inadvertently on a play at second base late in the game went in hard and actually got his spike caught in Ripken's spike a little bit, and everybody was collective gasp because it could have been hurt.
And then Cal, after the game, said, "Hey, man, he stepped on my foot. Come on, lighten up." Cal Ripken wouldn't want to see anybody play less than 100%. That's the way he plays it every single inning. Every time he goes into second base, he slides hard. And he respects everybody that plays the same way he does.
It's kind of an expectant buzz over the stadium. As Mussina works at 1-1 to George Fabregas. Now we saw brother Billy Ripken behind the plate. Cal. They played 663 games together, the Orioles, from 87 to 92. There's Kelly, his wife, Rachel and Ryan, their children, who threw out the first pitches tonight to their dad.
Kelly's really responsible for Cal being able to enjoy this season. She told him back in spring training to relax and enjoy it. You might as well allow the people to tell you what a tremendous feat it is. And because of that, he's been able to enjoy it much more than he has in the past couple of years.
Staying 2 hours behind after games to sign autographs. Oh, the list goes on and on. He'll be up again to take Rachel to kindergarten for day 2 tomorrow.
You know, he represents everything that's good about baseball. He appreciates the game. Even tonight, he was standing down in a crowd of people down the right field line signing autographs after infield practice in a mob of people. Barnett almost got his right hand up in the air, didn't he? He flinched.
He got it caught in the pocket, I think. He got ripped the seam there. Count is 3-2 to Fabregas. 3-1 Orioles. Top of the 5th inning. Palmeiro, Bonilla, and Ripken have hit them out for Baltimore. Salmon for California. 4 solo home runs. We're 1 out away from the unveiling of 2-1, 3-1 on the warehouse past the right field stands. If you have not seen this ceremony before, if you didn't see it last night, you didn't see it on other Oriole games the last couple of weeks, the homestand before this, please. I know everybody has remote controls. Do yourself a favor. Tuck it under the couch for 10 minutes. Easley doubled the first time up. Left the board in the 3rd. Phillips on deck for the Angels, who trail at 3-1. Count is 3-0 to Damian Easley. working with Easley taken all the way. Drops it in for a strike. Think he's feeling anything right now, Bob?
Yeah, he was talking to himself.
What began on May 30th, 1982, and continues September 6th, 1995. This game, with the Angels trailing, is now in the books. And let it be said that number 8, Cal Ripken Jr., has reached the unreachable star. said will live for 2,131 years. We will never see anything like this again tonight. We've seen it.
And he deserved every minute of it.
I think that victory lap was planned. That was just his teammates saying, get out there.
Looked like Palmero and Bonilla were the instigators, but what a great idea to go out and acknowledge all the fans out in the outfield.
Well, if that doesn't make you cry and excited, goosebumps, and all the above, then check your pulse. It's a homer in the fourth. Takes a victory lap in the fifth. We are so glad that we're able to see this across America and across the world, for that matter. Our privilege just to be here. And after the game, Cal will address the crowd, and this will not be a gee thanks. We'll hear from Joe DiMaggio. We'll be here for all of it. So if you need the heartbeat to go down just a little bit, just be prepared. It may come up a little later.
Now Brady Anderson has prepared a poem, and his teammates are going to present him with a gift. Brady Anderson, his teammate for the longest time outside of Eddie Moran.
Just another night at the ball yard, huh, Mr. Martinez?
Wow. That's baseball. You know, we talked about the record and the magnitude of being able to come to the ballpark and see a record. But when you can associate Cal Ripken Jr. with Lou Gehrig and be a part of it, and everybody knows the accomplishments of Gehrig and how significant his name is. But now we have all been a part of a new association.
If you forgot to set your stopwatch, 22 minutes, 15 seconds, is that the ovation? It'd go on for 22 hours. Nobody would complain. Nobody would argue. Everybody would love to participate. What we've done in the last 23 minutes is kind of link baseball of the roaring 20s and the 30s. And one of the all-time greats, the all-time great team, with baseball as the century closes out. Tonight, in case anyone doubted, link together the entire 20th century of baseball. Well, there's the scoreboard. It's a new position that no one has ever played before. Position 2-1-3-1. Last night, tears. Tonight, I don't know if we call it jubilation. I think we do. Relief.
Satisfaction.
Satisfaction. Mark Smith, Brady Anderson, Manny Alexander. 9-1-2 bat here in the bottom of the fifth. We have just witnessed a humbling experience, numbing experience, an exhilarating experience. For those that are wondering if baseball is out there and people still love it and cherish it, respect it, yeah. When you put together something like this when you just give us baseball?
When you treat it as gently as Cal Ripken has treated it for his entire career, you really learn to appreciate the game.
We'll visit shortly with a man that took to the field in the Oriole colors the same way Cal has done every night. Brooks Robinson, the only man that's played more games with the Orioles than Cal. Played almost 2,900 games. Brooks will join us in the next half inning. Brady Anderson's been swinging well. 2 home runs last night as a single and 2 trips tonight. Fouls that one off. He told you to lose that remote control. We don't lie here at ESPN. I mean,
how could you turn this off?
Oh, man. After the game will be unreal. Everyone here in the park feels what everybody at home feels, what the president spoke about. All of us have spoken about. Spirit, work ethic, gentleman, competitor, all of the above. I don't think thesaurus has enough pages for the adjectives.
Well, that's the thing that longtime coach Elrod Hendricks has told me time and time again about Cal Ripken Jr. was the fact that he was so mentally tough. He never allowed himself to think about being tired or think about a nagging injury. He just went out there every day, strapped on his shoes and went to work. There's Elrod down in the bullpen, and boy, I bet you those eyes are all welled up with tears, and he's seen the entire evolution.
Well, Cal made sure that he went and found Elrod on his victory lap. And Al Bumbry, first base coach, has been here so long. His 82 teammates are here. We'll see a lot of them tonight in the postgame. Earl, of course, we visited with in the second inning. It's an Oriole night. It's a baseball night. It's a human night. Anderson sits down. There's one out here in the Baltimore 5th inning with Manny Alexander coming up. As Boskie gets Anderson tonight for the second time in 3 trips. Alexander, one of 30 second basemen that has played with Cal. It's interesting, there are at least eight in the park tonight. 3, of course, currently on the Orioles: Alexander, Brett Barbary, and Jeff Hewson. Hewson is a third tonight, but he's played second base. There are 3 in Angel colors tonight. Ooh, was close to getting him. Rene Gonzalez, who people remember as an Oriole, is on the Angels bench. Rex Hudler, the second baseman tonight for California, played with the Orioles. There's Rene Gonzalez, who represented the Angels in presenting Cal with a gift last night. Hudler, who was at second base. And third base coach of the Angels, who you don't really remember as an Oriole, certainly, but was a fine shortstop. And I talked with a long time tonight about what Cal has done. Rick Burleson, the Rooster, long-time Red Sox and Angel, then came over here to the Orioles, and he got hurt and never really got to finish up properly. And the Rooster was just sitting there with his jaw dropped, kind of. We gazed out at shortstop for about 15 minutes today and talking about it. He knows all the. He said that he thought if he could go through a season and play 155 games, which he's done a few times, that he's had a heck of a year. This is ripped to left field, but Alexander, not with good power, gets under it, and Garrett Anderson makes the catch. There's 2 outs. Mark Smith back to first, and Rafael Palmeiro, who homered in the first inning, will come up. 2 other first basemen we should mention that are here tonight: Rich Dower, who will be on the field later as second base, and one that you will not remember as playing second base, but one of our broadcast brethren, a couple of boots down for the Orioles. And my favorite all-time nickname. Yes, he played a couple games at second base. John, tonight, let it be Lowenstein. And tonight it has been more than Lowenstein. And then Lowenstein Cal Ripken's first appearance, August 10th, 1981, came in the 12th inning as a pinch runner for Kenny Singleton was here tonight. Lowenstein singled. Ripken scored from second base, and it began. 1 run scored as a pinch runner on August 10th, 1981, on a single by John Lowenstein. I reminded Lowenstein last night, he'd forgotten it. He said, "Oh yeah, I promised I'd get him in." There he is, very personable. John Lowenstein was a key member of those teams, the platoon that Earl had in the outfield. 79, lost out to the Pirates in a memorable World Series.
Gary Renicky, John Lowenstein, lefty-righty combination. Earl Weaver had a very good ball club. We heard him talk earlier about how the real leaders on the team didn't need a whole lot of help. They were much like Cal Ripken. They went out there, did their job, and if anybody slacked off, it was the players that took care of it.
Outside of Palmeiro, it's 2-1. There are 2 outs. Smith at first. Palmeiro, Bonilla, and if you just joined us, where have you been? But Ripken hit a homer in the 4th inning. His 3rd in 3 nights. His 15th of the season. Salmon, a solo homer in the 1st for California. So the 3-1 score and 4 solo home runs here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. And a little reach out, base hit by Palmeiro. Smith will stop at second. 2 outs. Bonilla up and Ripken on deck. Last time up, Bonilla homered, his 6th as an Oriole, his 24th overall this year, as he had 18 with the Mets before coming over at the end of July.
In the first 2 at-bats, Shawn Boskie has worked Bonilla away. First time he struck him out. Second time Bonilla hit a fastball out over the outside part of the plate for a home run to center. Got to work the inside a bit. Cal Ripken on deck, homered his last time up. Back-to-back home runs, Bonilla and Ripken back in the 4th inning.
The only thing left for Cal to do at the plate is point before he takes
that's
a cut.
the last thing he would do.
I know. We've seen about everything else. I'm running out of, my list is getting short on what I think that he can't do. Hit it over to Babe's Tavern, right?
How about if Bonilla gets on and loads the bases?
A granny, huh? You working for Disney already? They just bought us. Oh, it's an error. But they're sending, no, they hold up Smith, and well, tonight, you asked for it, you got it. The base is loaded for Cal Ripken. Hutler, and the bases remain full as Ripken pops into the 3rd out. Well, it can't do everything. You know what we just learned at that at bat? He's human. Cal Ripken is human. Brooks Robinson will join us when we come back. 3-1 Orioles. We've played 5 on a night we will never forget at Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
We're gonna adopt a little girl.
Mom and Dad had a camera too.
Say cheese.
How far will a killer go? I'm our parents. To take his daughter.
Jamie!
In the world more important than family. How far will a loving father go?
We're all together.
To protect his family. I'm a father now. It's your dream home? I hate dream homes. The tie that binds. Rated R. Starts Friday, September 8th.
Hey, Mr. Putterman, Trish ready yet?
Trish was raised to appreciate Duracell batteries.
Batteries are batteries, Lou.
You can't top the copper top.
Summer's history. So what's on your mind?
The fall.
Football. That dream where I show up for school naked.
My jersey number.
Her phone number.
Hoops.
Her sister's phone number.
So, what's on your body?
Hyped up colors.
Champ Sports stuff. Stuff you can't get anywhere else.
Tons of it.
Head to toe.
I got Champ's number.
The best Nike, Adidas.
Massimo, No Fear, Starter. Only at Champ Sports.
Champ Sports?
Champ Sports.
Your mind, your body, your call. 1-800-2BE-FIRST. Champ Sports.
Get the real stuff first.
In this day and age, the old camcorder with its tunnel vision is, shall we say, history? Now look at the world with a sharp view cam. The big bright color view screen frees you to see all the action, and the pivoting lens gets shots the old camcorders can't. There's even instant replay with color and sound. So it's out with the old cam, in with Sharp View Cam. Now get up to a $200 rebate when you buy a Sharp View Cam.
Third base is an exciting position. Brooks Robinson showed us all how to play it. The excitement of diving, the barehanded play, the anticipation, the quickness that he showed, even though he didn't have a lot of foot speed. He knew how to play, he knew how to get rid of the ball. And I think that if I was able to play third, that I think I'd have worked at it and I'd have been, I'd been a pretty good third baseman. But I'm thankful that Earl decided to move me to shortstop because that's the one position I really enjoy.
Now we are back here in the top of the 6th inning, and the man that Cal was just speaking about in reverence, and the man that we speak about in reverence, Hall of Famer Brooks Robinson, the only man that's played more games as an Oriole than Cal Ripken. Now, get out of the way, will you?
Well, I'm kind of happy he moved to shortstop, to tell you the truth. Oh.
Can you, you were with us here during that ovation is not even a fair word.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything close to that?
No, I haven't. I tell you, I think the Pope arrived a month early. That's what I think. That was just unbelievable.
He's been here for 13 and a half seasons.
Well, you might be right. That was just, once in a lifetime. That's all I can say. You never expect to see anything like that again.
Phillips grounder bobbled by Alexander. He kind of nonchalants it, then gives a little raspberry in the hand of Palmero with a throw over to first, but there is one out. Brooks, you knew Cal as a boy. I guess his first remembrance of a ball game was the '66 World Series. Game 4, he came at 6 years old. What was he like as a youngster? I mean, real young.
Well, just tagging after his dad, and shagging balls once in a while. But I really think he gained a lot of insight just doing that, being around here. When his dad was a minor league manager, he was there and at the ballpark, and it just, this is something that he dreamed about, and no one knew that he was going to be the kind of player he turned out to be. He just improved every year, bigger and stronger, and I tell you, that's just remarkable that 21-31, that's hard to believe.
Brooks, you played every single day at a very tough position at third base, and you know the rigors of playing shortstop, but I look at Cal Ripken and I think about how he understands the game, and you talk about being around the game. Was he distinctly different than anybody else that you had seen come up to the big leagues at that point?
Well, I think so. He knew a lot about the game. He knew it's a little instinct I think you have to be born with more than anything else, Buck. That's something you can't acquire, and he had that little instinct to know about the game. And really his dad, I talk about baseball people, and I always said that Paul Richards was the greatest baseball personality that I met as far as knowing what makes every position tick. And I would put Cal Sr. right up there with him, and I'm sure that he gave Cal Jr. a lot of insight. But, he plays the most demanding position on the field, shortstop, and to be able to do what he's done over this long haul is just unbelievable.
Well, you're a great judge of talent defensively, and you said time and time again that Cal doesn't get the recognition he deserves. Tell us why you think that people don't really appreciate him as a shortstop.
Well, he's not flashy. What do you want from a shortstop? I'll tell you what you want from a shortstop. You want that guy that makes the routine play day in, day out, never misses that ball, makes a spectacular play once in a while, and he's that type of shortstop. He might not have the range of a Vizquel or an Aparicio, but Cal plays in the right spot. He knows who's pitching, he knows where guys hit the ball, and he's just there.
Another thing I think about when I think of Cal and his makeup is the way you guys basically set the tone for him, because when you think back to those great teams of the 60s and early 70s, you were pretty much understated as a team, and do you think he picked up some of that attitude and carried it forward?
Well, I think so. I think that really, you can look at his demeanor. I mean, never gets excited, just day in and day out. And I look at the teams back in the 69, 70, and 71 when we went to the World Series, and we were pretty calm, cool, and collected, and didn't really show a lot of emotion. And I think probably that's kind of the way. And it comes from his dad also.
Well, Earl Weaver talked about the way you players kind of policed yourselves on the field. If anything needed to be addressed, speak about that, because Weaver said he didn't deserve as much credit as he may have gotten.
Well, he deserved a lot of credit. I tell you, he was able to get all 25 guys involved in the game and make everyone feel important. But you're right. When something needed to be aired out, whether it be a player or whatever, I mean, you just aired it out. You know, you let everybody know where they stand. And, hey, when you cross those white lines, you're out there. It's a serious business. And that's kind of the way everyone approach it. And that's the way you should approach it.
Brooks, you played 4 complete seasons, not missing a game. You played 4 shy of 2,900 games. I mean, can you articulate what 2,131 straight games can possibly mean? I mean, I'm not saying you were close, but you know the feeling of playing every game in the season. He's played every one in 13 and a half.
Yeah, you've got to be awful stubborn to do that. You have to be awful stubborn to do that. That's just the word I like best of all. I think that. I mean, how many times do you come to the park and, you might have a little nagging injuries? He's had those. He's played through them. And the only reason he's played through them is the fact that if there's a game, my name should be in the lineup. And that's how he approached it. I don't really think he started thinking about the streak to maybe 6 or 7 years into it. And then, I think he probably said, hey, this might be something worth chasing, because he took a lot of criticism early in this streak when he wasn't doing well. The team wasn't doing well. And people were saying, hey, he should sit down and rest. And it just never happened. And he played through a lot of tough times.
How about 8,243 straight innings? I mean,
and then that took his dad to take him out of that, I guess.
That's right. Yeah. It was a blowout game, 10 home runs by Toronto. His dad never really told him, right? That was the... Billy went in to get to Cal's glove. Cal was left on base or something, and Cal just simply said, Senior said to Billy, wrong glove. and that was it. But that's 5.5 seasons of that.
With guys sliding into you, getting hit by the ball. It's just so many things that can happen.
Well, you must have been around when he got hit early on in his career when Mike Moore hit him in the head, and he said that really made him a little more intense. I don't know if he needed a little more intensity, but he said it certainly got his attention and refocused him.
Yeah, he was struggling at that particular time, and he got deemed, and he got deemed good. I'll tell you, it wasn't any glancing blow, and he came right back, and that kind of set him off, and I think he really learned something from that. It's not fun to get beamed, but it scares you, in fact. But he came right back and knew he had to get back in there, and that's when he started the streak.
Good pitch by Mussina to Tim Samet, who homered off him in the first inning and singled off him in the 4th. Big strikeout. Now with 2 down, Edmonds remains at first with the walk, and the switch hitting Charles Theodore, some call him Chili Davis, is up.
Let's take a look at this last pitch by Mussina, and he's got outstanding control. He can find that outside corner with the fastball. He gets a strikeout.
Brooks, I think tonight a word, and obviously with the Ripken family and Cal Sr. and Cal and his son and his wife, Kelly, and his kids throwing out the first pitch, etc. But there's Joe DiMaggio with the Ripkens, mom and dad. But the Oriole family, I mean, things are different now, but you really, if I think of a baseball team, and that's extended from when you played and then really into the 70s, 80s, beyond a little, it was for about 20 years as good a family in baseball as there is. What does tonight, this is an Oriole family night.
Well, it is an Oriole family night, and I think that, it all goes, Chris, back to this being a type of a blue-collar town. And I think they just, when they like you, I want to tell you, they like you. And they never let you go. And that's kind of the way that they've embraced Cal Ripken tonight. And it's something that will last forever. And I don't know how else to put it, but I mean, it's unlike a lot of big cities. I mean, this is, you know, everyone goes to New York, to Philadelphia, to Washington, and Baltimore always kind of got left out. But, boy, they're the highlight of the town tonight.
Well, they're not getting left out tonight.
No,
that's
they're
for
not.
sure. And I think you all had a team that people, whether they rooted for the Orioles or not, had everyone's respect. And I think that that's kind of carried over to Cal and what we were seeing tonight, and people are thinking of Orioles and years go by. I mean, I know the rivalries in the American League cities. That you'd go into the Bostons and the New Yorks, and you weren't booed and hooted as a hated team. You were booed as an opponent, but it was a different sort of there was no jeering. Everyone always wanted to come out and see the Orioles. I'm not being patronizing. I know it because I sat in Boston and watched all this.
Well, like you say, it probably started just, you know, you started winning, and you had a front office that was first class, and it kind of went right down to baseball people, went right down to the players in the field, and it just permeated. I mean, even the minor leagues and the players we brought up, and they just had a certain feeling on knowing what to do.
Can it still be that way today?
No, I do not think it can be that way today. I just think that baseball has changed so much, Chris, that you probably won't ever get that feeling again. That's the way I feel.
That's sorry to admit, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's just like any other, I don't want to be a philosopher, but I mean, like any other part of our society, it's changed, and there is a different feeling.
Wow, the feeling of certainly what was and what you grew up thinking and still think of baseball. We're feeling that tonight.
There's no doubt about it.
No question. Big situation here in the ball game. Mussina's walked a couple with Chile on. They're 2 outs, but 2 on in a 3-1 game. Terry Clark and Mark Lee are throwing in the Baltimore pen. And the dangerous J.T. Snow, the 87 RBIs, is up. Speaking of famous folks whose fathers were outstanding athletes, certainly Cal Jr. at there's the bullpen with the two with Clark and Lee throwing. Everyone knows that J.T. Snow's father, Jack Snow, an outstanding All-American, wide receiver, and played 11 years with the Los Angeles Rams. So just like the Ripken bloodlines, certainly you know where the genes came from. Same with this young man.
Well, he's turned into a pretty good player this year. It took him a while to get his feet on the ground, but I'm happy for him.
This is ripped but foul. I know something you certainly appreciate about players, young players like this, is the way he plays defense at first base.
Yes, outstanding defensive first baseman.
Berkshire, what do you think it is about the guys that are around the game, like J.T. Snow and Cal Ripken, about picking up, it's kind of a attitude about professional sports. This is how you go about your business. Do you think that's missing an awful lot today?
Oh, I think so. You know, the money's made the big difference too, Buck. I mean, it's more of a me, I game, and just don't get the same feeling. And I don't know. That's just the way it is. You know, that's the feeling I get.
Don't you feel, though, that the fans are waiting to embrace, as they did tonight, that it won't ever be, quote, the way it was, but it can go in a direction which maybe brings in some of what you grew up and what we grew up and people even younger than myself grew up thinking about baseball? Don't you think that it can be embraced maybe a little bit differently, but you can get back on track when people see nights like this?
Hey, Chris, absolutely. But, you know, they got to get started.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, what's happened since the strike?
Nothing. Tonight.
Yeah, tonight. That's it. But, I mean, they've got to get started. They've got to, you know, they've got to show the fans that they're trying. They've got to get a basic agreement. They've got to get down on their hands and knees and say, hey, I'm sorry, you know, let's play ball. And
let's have a commissioner that might tell an owner or two to, hey, don't do that.
That's right. I mean, I get around. I see a lot of people, and that's you know, there's still a lot of people that are very upset with the game of baseball, and you know, it's the real fans are here, but it's the borderline fans that are not coming to the ballpark, that can do other things, and they're doing other things.
There's a gentleman that is always welcome at any ball yard, and he had tears in his eyes too during those 22 minutes ovation.
I'll tell you, all he has to do is put up his hand, walk out, and He gets an ovation anyway.
What Brooks, I mean, what did you think of Joe DiMaggio when you were a kid?
Oh, well, I grew up, I knew baseball, and Stan Musial was really my idol, but I sure knew Joe DiMaggio, and I played in an old-timers game here many years ago, and Joe just took a, you know, I mean, he just stops the show wherever he is. Just walks out in his street clothes and gets the biggest ovation of anyone.
He doesn't really mean to.
No.
But, you know, he looks like a Yankee, doesn't he? I mean, he just says, I'm a Yankee. I'm a class guy, and you see the World Series ring on his hand.
Well, it's nice that he's here tonight. Yes. I tell you, that the fans are going to get a big thrill to see Joe walk out on the field tonight.
This is trouble. This is a long run for Mark Smith. Oh, he makes the diving catch. The youngster Mark Smith keeps this game a 3-1 lead because with 2 outs, everybody was flying. The Angels were looking to knot it, but the youngster is coming through on a night of the veteran.
Remember this date, fans. May 2nd, 1939. Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse, has just taken himself out of the Yankee lineup for the first time in 14 seasons. 2,130 consecutive games, a record that will stand as long as young men play the game of baseball.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What are they really saying? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Sure, my business is saving with AT&T. At least I think so. I feel like we are. They tell us we are. How would we know if we weren't? I don't think we'd know. I don't know if we're saving.
There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Dead?
I got 47 boxes to ship out by tonight.
Easy. FedEx shipping software. It's just point, click, and ship.
Really?
Bramwell thinks I'm working my tail off. Just point, click, and ship. Take a long lunch. Point, click, and ship. Play a little golf. Point, click, ship.
FedEx shipping software is so easy. Just point, click, and ship from your own computer.
Mr. Bramwell. I'm dead.
You're dead.
I'm dead.
You are really, really dead.
For free shipping software, call FedEx.
When sports cream? When arms are sore? When legs ache? When muscles hurt? Why sports cream? Massaging sports cream in brings fast pain relief. No medicine-y smell. No odor. Why sports cream? Because it works.
Welcome back. As you've heard Chris Berman say so many times tonight, a very special night in Baltimore, but not just in Baltimore. Cal Ripken's night was all around the world of baseball tonight.
It is an official game, and Cal Ripken has officially done it. 2001. Look at this. These guys are watching games. Lou Frazier, who's made it back to the big leagues, looking up at 131 games, and the fans here in New York are on their feet.
Game as Ripken broke the record, as Bob Shepard said, Cal Ripken has officially broken Lou Gehrig's record. Back to you, Chris.
All right, John, thank you. Well, now there's a touching scene. That you really think that it's just here in Baltimore? I mean, it was a night when everyone in baseball was connected as we look down, and this thing's been providing pictures from before today's players were born. With your blimp over the All-Star game in 1933. Speaking of pointing it out, Buck, speaking of pointing to center field, he's here tonight with a special tribute to Cal, and yes, he is #1. We're joined, Chris Berman, along with Buck Martinez, by Brooks Robinson, the Hall of Fame third baseman from the Baltimore Orioles, and new pitcher for California is Mike Bielecki. It's an all-Cub night. Boskie is given away to Bielecki, and Ernie Banks is in the stands, so I guess Ernie at least is getting some sense of satisfaction from it. The Cubs being represented. Harold Baines is up a 3-1 Oriole lead in the bottom of the 6th, and he strikes out. Brooks, that was not, I mean, everyone seemed connected tonight. Everybody, either you were here or you were here in spirit for baseball.
Oh, you sure were. I came in a little later, about the 2nd or 3rd inning, but I mean, people just standing out on the streets still trying to get tickets to get in here. It was unbelievable.
This park itself, I know you love the old Memorial Stadium. We asked Earl the same thing, but this setting, this park itself is kind of what Cal's done tonight. Combine the old with the new, if you think about it.
Well, it sure has. It's made a big difference, Baltimore, downtown-wise, but it's just a terrific park for the fans. A lot of things happening. I mean, people walking around, Boog Pal out there selling barbecue. I mean, you can see the pitchers warm
How
out.
does it taste? I mean, I've had it a few times. You like that?
Yeah, I don't like to get in line, though. He makes me get in line, you know.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, he makes me get in line and makes me pay for it. That's what I don't like about it. But you're right. This combines the old with the new, and it's just a great ballpark. I tell you, it's a great park to hit in, Buck. You'd love to hit here, too.
Yeah, it's nice and cozy, isn't it?
It sure is. The ball flies out of here, and that's really been the Orioles' problems most of the year. They just offensively have not done the job.
Chris Hoyles fouls this one, and Snow a long run. We talked about his fielding. We talked about it, and he missed it. It's a fair ball, and now Hoyles was thinking about going to second. That's, of course, a tough play. I figured it would be a nice segue into him making a nice catch, but, you know.
And they got turned around, and the ball got over the back of his head, and it drifted back into fair ground. Chris Hoyles gets a single. Watch J.T. Snow in foul ground there, and then the ball starts to drift on him, and that finally ends up in fair territory. Hudler, Salmon all around. J.T. got turned around, Brooksy.
I think J.T. probably called for the ball a little too quickly, and it really ended up being Hudler's ball. He had the best angle on it. And here, whoever picks up the ball, if he throws to first base, he's got Hoyles dead at first base.
So the Orioles with something going, and the third baseman Jeff Hewson is up. Brooks, what was your, it's hard to say favorite memory. I mean, you guys won that World Series, shocking the Dodgers. We talked with Earl. It seemed like some of the World Series early on that you'd think you'd win, you didn't win, and the ones people didn't think you would win, like '66 sweeping the Dodgers. Sure. The Big Red Machine in '70, and that was, of course, your series. Is that the one?
Well, I think that I played in 4, and the 2 were supposed to win. We lost, and the 2 were supposed to lose. We won, but I don't think anything tops your first World Series.
Really?
Yeah, I just, you know, when as a kid growing up, you always say, boy, there's a guy who did it. He was the MVP that year. We hit back-to-back home runs in the first inning of the first game, and that was just about the end of the fireworks.
Koufax?
Well, Drysdale
that game,
that was
right.
a little advantage we had. Not that Drysdale wasn't a great pitcher, but Koufax was their #1 guy, and he had to try to finish off the Phillies to get in the World Series.
This is interesting. Finally, Easley makes the play, and there's 2 outs.
But as a youngster growing up, you just dream about signing a professional contract, getting to the major leagues, being on a pennant winner, and winning the World Series. And we did that in '66, and I just, I said, hey, if we don't ever do it again, we did it one time, and that's really what it was all about. So I'll never forget the first time around. And in '69, of course, the Mets, we won the first game, and then we never got out of New York. And in '70, I tell people I played almost 23 years professionally, but never had 5 games in a row like I had in that World Series. I mean, you can play 2 weeks and never get a chance to make a good play at third base. But in that particular series, it was hitting and fielding. And
yeah, a little bit of fielding, as I remember.
Yeah, right. And I tell people, well, the thing that no one remembers, in the first inning of the first game, a little 24 hopper to me, and I made a high throw to Boog Powell for an error. And when you make a high throw to Boog, that's pretty big. That's a high throw.
That's why he makes you pay for the barbecue.
That's right. But I can remember saying after that, oh, man, here we go again. I mean, what is coming off? You lose to the Mets in '69, and here the first ball is hit to you in the World Series. I think it was Woody Woodward hit it to me, and you make an error. But everything else after that was upbeat.
Well, he made that great play on Lee May in foul territory and threw him out.
Yeah, Lee is the hitting coach here. He never lets me forget it. I mean, every time I see him, he says, hey, Robinson, no one would have ever heard of you if I hadn't hit that ball.
Well, I don't quite think that's true. Big night for Arkansas up here. You, the president, I mean, you're all Cardinal fans, Musial.
Yeah, well, that's okay if you had the president on first tonight. That's fine with me.
He wanted to get out of the way before you got on. Well, Smith, who made the big catch, made the strikeout, and so we remain 3-1. Brooks Robinson, it's a pleasure.
Thank you. Enjoyed being with you guys. It's been a great night.
Thanks, Brooksy.
All right, Brooks. We'll be back here to Baltimore in a moment.
Rise and shine. It is morning, and it is time for breakfast. You have $1.99. What are you going to do?
4 Rise and Shine combos from Hardee's. Choose a made-from-scratch sausage biscuit, ultimate omelet biscuit, biscuit and gravy, or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. We'll give you hash rounds and your choice of coffee, orange juice, or a soft drink. 4 combos, $1.99 each, only from Hardee's.
Answer me, Private. Hardee's. All right. Fresh from the kitchen at Hardee's.
If you don't replace your air and oil filters regularly, you might as well drive your car off a cliff, because dirt can really mess up an engine. Fram Extra Life air filters and Fram Extra Guard oil filters keep out dirt best to protect your engine. Fram, America's #1 premium brand. Pay a little now or a lot later.
Buy any 2 Fram filters and get your favorite officially licensed NFL team cap for $1.99.
When I got rid of my gray hair, I wanted a natural look, so I didn't take any chances. I used the sure thing for a natural look, called Just for Men.
Apply Just for Men, and in 5 minutes, rinse. It's specially timed to blend away gray, bring back your natural look, and condition hair.
It's a sure thing.
Just for Men, the sure thing for a natural look. And now try Just for Men Color Gel for the hard-to-color hair of mustaches and beards. Brush in, rinse out. Just 5 minutes.
Back in Baltimore, the Orioles on 3 solo home runs, one of them hit by a man named Ripken, lead the Angels 3-1 here as we begin the 7th inning. Is Mike Mussina trying to make Cal's night extra special. Mussina on the mound saying he just wanted to have some fun tonight. He's trying to become the first 16-game winner in the American League. Now he faces the young left fielder Garrett Anderson, Rex Hudler, and George Fabregas of the Angels. 6, 7, 8. And a beautiful inside-out swing by Garrett Anderson. And again, Mark Smith makes the diving grab.
The second time tonight, Mark Smith has made a diving grab going toward the left field line. That was extra base for sure, but look at the effort by Smith. Diving headlong, he spears the line drive off the bat of Garrett Anderson and saves at least a double, maybe a triple for Mike Mussina.
Right, it's 2 straight plays. He ended the 6th inning on a catch against Snow, and he starts the 7th with Anderson. So 1 is an accident, 2 is a trend. I guess Mark Smith can play some left field, but why guess about it? I mean, I thought I was well dressed tonight, but we are joined now by the voice of ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, the voice of the Baltimore Orioles, and it's not Burgess Meredith as the Penguin. It's in a tuxedo, John Miller. And thanks for adding some class to the booth.
Hey, listen, this is just like any other game for me.
Oh, yeah.
This is where you dress every night, right?
I've noticed those ties on Sunday Night Baseball look just like this, as a matter of fact.
Hey, we had a lot of fun. Looks like we got a pinch hitter, though. Go ahead. Well,
that's all right. Now, you can call it now. This is my... this is Spike Owen, who, of course, is one of the double play combinations who's played with Cal. Spike Owen, of course, has been around a long time. He was been in and out a little bit. He's had some postseason experience for the Angels, and they were hoping that he could help them out. Boston, 86.
Well, he's a good guy to have in a ball club in a pennant race. He knows how to win.
He was not here in the Orioles. I figured he was almost everywhere else. It was the only American League team he missed.
I thought I had forgotten. You know, it was interesting when Cal hit the home run in the 4th inning.
It was mildly interesting.
When the president came over to our broadcast booth on the Orioles radio network to visit with us, and the count went to 3-0. And the president made some comments that he thought, hey, if it's a ball, Cal's not going to swing because that's the kind of guy he is. He'll take a walk because he thinks of the team first. And he said, but if the guy throws one in there, then Cal's going to go for it, I'm sure. And then when Cal hit the home run, the most powerful man in the world leaped off of his chair and left his feet, and he just went nuts. I mean, it's a great tape of the home run because he said, "Go, get out of here. Come on, yeah.
You know, he left our booth in a hurry, and now I know why. He wanted to get to you to call the Ripken at bat.
He must have had an inkling of what was going to happen. I mean, that's
he didn't want to waste his time here.
That's been the script here for 2 days. I mean, it's really astounding. Last night, the Angels. I mean, this is a very good ball club, and now they're in a battle with the Mariners at the top of the division, and struggling, but a very good ball club, the highest scoring team in the majors, and they came in here last night on Cal Ripken's big night. The fans didn't care about the Angels, and the Angels, it was as if they didn't even show up.
No.
I mean, Scott Erickson made it look easy. He shut them down. It was like the Orioles were playing the Washington Generals here last night.
That's what we thought. We talked about that yesterday. They're just, oh, by the way, they're here.
I mean, what are the odds that would have happened with a good ball club like the Angels? I mean, tonight they start off well, home run first inning, you're thinking, uh-oh, this is more like it. And then still, Ripken rises to the occasion, Bonilla rises to the occasion, and, you know, for these guys, all of Cal's teammates, I mean, this is a night, everything that happens, one of those nights that they'll never forget.
Houston makes the play across the diamond, and there are 2 down. Fabregas will be up, and young fans, older fans, all sorts of souvenirs. The programs are long sold out. I know there'll be plenty more because they could sell these for about 2 years, I think, after tonight. But they're sold out, I know, because we've been to a few booths trying to get them ourselves.
You know, over the years, as Fabregas comes up with 2 down here in the 7th, when big moments have happened in baseball, you know, Aaron hit number 715. Yastrzemski got his 3,000th hit at Fenway. Things like that. Ricky Henderson with the all-time stolen base record. You know, the game stopped. It becomes sort of fashionable the last 20 years to stop the game, bring some microphones out, bring the players' parents. You know, with Yaz, when he got number 3,000, they brought his dad out. They brought his folks. That
was a great moment.
They brought his relatives, his kids. You know, his grandfather. I don't know who all they brought out there. The game stopped, and they had ceremonies right out there at first base, and the fans loved it. But Cal requested no ceremonies, and you know that goes against the way Cal learned this game and the way he learned it from his father. But the fans here tonight decided to have their own spontaneous ceremony, and then I love Palmeiro and Bonilla shoving him out there, saying, "Hey, take a lap, will you, so we can start this game up again at some point."
Were you surprised to see that, the victory lap?
I was, and I know it wasn't Cal's idea.
No.
And it certainly wasn't on any script. I mean, the Orioles had agreed no ceremonies, and yet I think Palmeiro and Bonilla both figured, hey, this is going to go on forever. We got to do something to bring it to an end. And so Cal took the lap, and it reminded me of Yastrzemski after he played his last game at Fenway Park. Went out for. I think actually took 2 laps around Fenway, and you know, that's something to remember for what makes part of the evening special, much more special than any of the planned ceremonies, because this one sort of just happened, and Cal Sr., I mean, what a proud night for him.
Has not been back for a couple years since he was let go, the coaching staff a couple of years ago. Well, I tell you what, you want to throw to a break? You're here. Go ahead.
After 6.5, 3-1 Orioles, don't go away. Top of the order coming up.
You're good.
That's rather personal. How much do you spend every year on long distance?
Could be a small fortune.
More than $1,000. How'd you like to get some of that back?
Certainement.
Say again?
What do I have to do?
Just get Sprint Cents International. Now, on top of simply great rates to countries around the world, you'll get cash back every year you're with Sprint, so it pays to stay.
Really fabulous to get cash back. I would call more often.
Oh, I'll go for a vacation.
Cash is good.
What are you going to do with the money you get back from Sprint?
Call for Sprint Cents International. Now with cash back.
The Ford of Orange 95 closeout sale is underway. With the 96s arriving soon, Ford of Orange has no choice but to discount over 500 cars and trucks. With special factory rebates of up to $2,500 and easy to qualify financing, the deals you've been waiting for are here today during the Ford of Orange 95 closeout sale. For a real sweet deal, come to Ford of Orange today. Orange County's fastest growing Ford dealer, located 1 block north of the Main Place Mall.
Tennis, everyone! It's the end of the summer, and everyone's headed to New York to make a racket. And there's only one place where you can see over 80 hours of live exclusive coverage of America's Grand Slam. See Sampras, Agassi, Chang, and Courier take on the world as Graf and Sanchez Vicario try to fight off the charge of rising stars like America's Lindsay Davenport. The US Open on USA. August 28th through September 10th.
Brought to you locally by Union Bank.
ESPN Net Sports Zone. Baseball's home base on the net. Scores, stats, analysis. It's on the net before it's in the news. You're in the zone or you're out.
We told you as 21-31 was unveiled, the Yankees were coming back to tie the Mariners. They went on to win the game. Paul O'Neill drives in Velarde here. This is the 6th inning, part of 4 runs in the 6th. The Yankees win it 4-3, and the Phillies and the Dodgers will come up following this game and following the ceremonies. That's Heathcliff Slocum. A little earlier, watching Cal Ripken Jr. and the Orioles in action. They'll be coming up following your post-game reports and celebration. Chris, Buck, and John.
All right, John, thank you. Yeah, we trotted out everyone. We got John Saunders in the studio. We got John Miller and Tux, and you'll be emceeing tonight with Chuck Thompson. Have we seen the old tune? We ain't seen nothing yet, although it's hard to top what we saw, but tonight should be special after the game.
Yeah, well, I think it will be something that the fans, they want, because Cal is going to address the fans tonight. I mean, he's thought about it. There are things he wants to say to them, and it could well be a very emotional time, and so that will be after the ball game. Joe DiMaggio is here, who, of course, played on some of the greatest Yankee teams of all time with Gehrig. Was there the day Gehrig told Joe McCarthy, "Don't put me in today's skit," and was there for the famous Lou Gehrig Day on the 4th of July, 1939. So DiMaggio is here, which is sort of the perfect baseball figure to be here on this night of all nights. Brady Anderson, the hitter, and he is 1 for 3 in the game, facing the new Angels pitcher, left-hander Bob Patterson, who's on. So there'll be a few things like that. Cal Sr. and his wife Vi will be here. Billy's here as well, which is kind of a surprise. So they'll have some interesting ceremonies. Earl Weaver will be involved in it. Brooks Robinson. Of course, Cal came up as a third baseman, and Brooks was his idol as a kid. And then Earl moved him over to shortstop in that first season, which was kind of a controversial move. But it was interesting with looking at his folks tonight while this ovation went up, because Cal Sr. is a guy who he's sort of like the drill sergeant in boot camp in the Marine Corps. He's tough. He says, "Here's how you do it," and that's it. But he taught generations of young Orioles how to play the game, including this particular fellow. And he just looked so proud of him. And Cal, the family was so close knit that when they took Cal to first grade, he refused to get out of the car. And then when they got him out of the car, he ran right back to the car. And then when they finally got him into the school, the minute they turned around, he ran out of the school and ran home. This went on. This didn't just go on for 3 days. This went on for a month. He'd finally get in the classroom. And the minute the teacher would step out of the hall, Cal would run back to the closet, get his book bag, and he'd dash out the side door and run home. And he says that, looking back on it, that it was basically separation anxiety. He was so close with the family, he just couldn't stand that he was away from him all that time. But he got into the 2nd grade, and they started playing ball. And one teacher would let them take batting practice as soon as they hit a fair ball, and they were done. Well, Cal wanted to take lots of batting practice. When his turn would come, he would intentionally hit the ball foul. And one day he hit foul balls for 15 minutes. And finally the teacher just said, "Okay, Cal, you're out. We got to give somebody else a chance." And he did he was sort of a mini Earl Weaver. He started kicking dirt, screaming and shouting. He walked away from the teacher finally, and he turned around and looked back at him and said, "And you're a lousy umpire too."
Manny Alexander grounds to Phillips, who makes the play across the diamond. And let's let John do this. This is a treat for me.
We're talking college football, and whoa, boy! Tomorrow night on ESPN, it's college football as the Boston College Eagles take on Virginia Tech. Coverage begins with the weekend kickoff show, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, and then at 8 Eastern, it's BC and Virginia Tech, right here on ESPN. How's that?
You know what? You might have a shot in this television gig.
I think you did a job doing promos. Join Chris Berman and Buck Martinez. Rafael Palmeiro, the hitter now. Palmeiro got the night off to a very fine start by hitting a home run.
What were you thinking during the ovation? I mean, and we didn't know that it would be that long, although you had to have an inkling. You emceed last night, too. I mean, you've been so close to Cal and the whole scene. But what were you thinking during when they unfurled the number?
Well, we were on radio, so part of the deal on radio, we tried to bring the people into the ballpark, but you have to describe certain elements as what's happening now. Where's Cal now? And, it was very difficult because I would have preferred just to sit and watch.
It's kind of what we did.
Yeah, and you can do that on television, and that was the perfect thing to do. But also, it would have been the perfect thing because it was very emotional. Yes, I have to admit, I cried. You couldn't help it. Because, I think the crowd is the significant part of covering these last two nights. It's not like Aaron hitting number 715 where, he swings and he hits one over the wall, and that's the big one. It might happen tonight. It might happen tomorrow. Speaking of which, Palmeiro, number 34 for Palmeiro, is second of the game.
Once again, the Orioles pound out 4 home runs. It's a breaking ball. It didn't get far enough away from Palmeiro. Maybe the extension, that was just on the outer quarter of the plate, and he hits it over the center field wall. Bob Patterson has given up with 6 home runs now all year, but Palmeiro is swinging a hot bat.
10 homers the last 2 nights here for the Orioles. Palmeiro's at, what, a dozen in less than a month?
Oh, he's been extraordinary. He's now tied for second in the league again with Frank Thomas, who hit one tonight. Albert Bell hit number 36 tonight. He leads the majors, but Palmeiro has just been something else. And, I feel bad for Palmeiro that the club has fallen out of the race, because even as the ball clubs faded, that's when Palmeiro got hot. And it's just a shame, because he really wants to be in a club that heads into October. That's his goal. It's 4-1 now. Bonilla coming up. Ripken perhaps next. We'll be back.
I get here early to stock up on Texaco Haviland Formula 3 motor oil because it gives my engine complete protection.
Me too.
Michael Andretti.
Texaco Haviland Formula 3 is formulated to control volatility and fight vaporization. And it's the same oil used by championship racing teams.
Empty.
Tough track, huh?
Take it to the star.
Get a Major League Baseball team cap when you buy a case of Haviland Formula 3.
Emma, seems like we've known each other forever.
Yeah, I know. 2 weeks.
Will you marry me? 'Cause Emma, I love you, man.
Oh, Johnny, you're not getting my Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down.
Johnny?
Make it a Bud Light.
Jane?
It's Joan.
Jane, Joan, whatever. I feel like I've known you forever.
Even at 101 years of age, we here at Kelly Springfield like to keep active. Although occasionally, we have to stop and catch your breath. Kelly Springfield, America's oldest tire company.
We are back here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Chris Berman, Buck Martinez, and John Miller at a magical night here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. It's 4-1, and new pitcher is Mike James. But hey, that's your game.
Yeah.
Who's
Sunday
playing,
night
John?
baseball.
Sell it, babe.
Big Mo, 33 home runs. The Red Sox, second best record in the league. And the Yankees, Don Mattingly and company, Paul O'Neill. And for the Yanks, a big ball game as they're trying to get back into this wild card race. 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. Don't miss it. And
who's doing that game?
That'll be Joe Morgan and one of my favorite broadcasters, John Miller.
Yankees won it tonight 4-3. This is Mike the Car, please, James, the Angel relief pitcher, and he'll work to Bonilla with Cal Ripken on deck. And Buck called it before Phillips made the error. But you know, it would be great if Ripken came up with bases loaded, because what else could you order tonight?
Yeah. Fans almost seemed stunned that Hunter caught the pop-up as if to say, wait a minute. Is that allowed?
That's not in Section 8, Rule 10.25C.
Now what do we do? Bonilla with a home run to break the tie in the fourth. If he can get on here, Ripken would get a chance to bat in the seventh inning.
John, all the Oriole games you've seen, what was the time you thought Ripken might have been hurt?
Well, 85 in a ball game in Texas early in the year. He got hurt, seriously enough, that although he stayed in the game, he went to the hospital for x-rays afterward, and the x-rays were negative. The next day, he was told to stay on crutches all day and not to get on the foot at all. But it was a day off, so it didn't matter. If they had had a game on the schedule that day, he would not have been able to play. The streak would have been over.
One of his children born in the offseason, one on a day off. I mean, there's a lot of the stars have been in line.
He had a dilemma. If the child was born, and would he leave the ball club and end the streak, or would he stay with the ball club? And then fate played a hand, and it didn't matter. It was born in a day off. A lot of elements seem to want Cal to get this streak, and now he's got it.
You got to work, don't you?
Hey, I enjoyed it. Nice to see you guys.
Hey, we're going to see it the post game too.
Okay.
John, you gave me an inning on, but an inning off. I love it. John Miller, thanks for joining us. We'll be back 4-1 Orioles.
When I'm at the ballpark, there's just one thing on my mind. Hologram baseball cards are back at Denny's. You get an Upper Deck card free with any purchase from Denny's Classic Hits menu. So collect all 28. They're more exciting than the game. Well, almost.
I've stopped playing baseball now, but my son Reed just signed a pro contract. Sometimes we go over his game, and if he asks, I tell him what I know. Like when your muscles get sore, take Advil. Just a couple are strong, fast, and work for me. And Advil's gentle on my stomach.
If it'll work on these old muscles, then I know it'll work on mine.
Nothing's been proven to last longer than Advil. Advanced medicine for pain.
When the bear comes out of hibernation, motor skills are awkward. He is bad-tempered. He hears little, sees less, but his sense of smell remains keen. The bear sniffs. The refreshing scent of Coast revives him. Massive lather engulfs him, after which he becomes friendly and playful and can learn to do tricks. Coast, the eye-opener.
Top of the eighth inning here in Baltimore, June 6, 1993. Mike Mussina hit Hasselman, charged the mound. Ripken in the middle of it. Ken Griffey Sr. is holding Cal, and in the play, Cal Ripken twisted his right knee and stayed in the game. Later was quoted as saying, "It was the closest I've come to not playing." And that was just 2 years ago here on June 6th that we heard John Miller talk to us about the close calls that Cal has had. This was very, very close.
Well, that's his competitive spirit, and he was standing up for a teammate, so he was right in the bottom of that pile, and that knee got all twisted around, but fortunately he was able to get a day off the next day and come back on the second day and continue the streak.
Orlando Palmeiro. Well, the Angels have figured that Rafael Palmeiro's hit 2 home runs. Let's get to the plate. Our best Palmeiro, as they trail at 4-1. And he will hit for the number 9 hitter, Damian Eastley. 4-1 Baltimore, top of the eighth inning with post-game ceremonies to follow. John Miller to MC it. Cal will address the crowd that has showed its affection 10 times over. I'm sure he will show his affection for them 100 times over. We're from Joe DiMaggio and Brady Anderson and many more. There's Joe, and I would say that he has thoroughly enjoyed his evening at the park.
He has had a lot of visitors and talked a lot of baseball tonight. Had a chance to see Cal Ripken Jr.'s parents. Spent some time with Frank Robinson. Around Baltimore, they just call Frank Robinson 20. That's it. He's just 20. That's his number.
Well, they certainly can call Cal 8. Cal, by the way, is the 14th Oriole to wear the number 8. Marv Throneberry wore it from 1961 to 62. Marv Throneberry, Cal Ripken, don't get them in the same sentence that much, so I thought I would take this opportunity to do it. Andy Etchebarren wore it for 12 years. But I think it's safe to say that Cal will be the 14th and final Oriole to wear number 8 as Palmeiro points it foul. Here's Kelly Ripken, who you just know. I mean, she's just thoroughly enjoyed this whole evening. Last night, she and Cal were out in director's chairs, out at swivel chairs, out at the pitcher's mound, and John Miller was there presiding as one by one assortment of gifts were presented. Some I'm not sure which I understand, but I think the most touching, Buck, and you can talk about it as Palmeiro fouls it off. Well, Henry Aaron was here last night for one, and that you think of Cal Ripken breaking Lou Gehrig's record, Henry Aaron breaking Lou Babe's record. Here they are on the same part. That was magical. But Jim Gott, who pitched the first game of the streak, was a game that Toronto won on May 30th, 1982, over. And it was Jim Gott's first major league win. And you pocket the ball as a pitcher. Last night, Jim Gott presented Ripken with the baseball. It was something that he had treasured. He thought Cal would treasure it more. And what a classy move. That was the classiest move of the night.
Well, Ripken was really touched by the move. He said, I am honored that you would offer me this ball from your first major league win, but I would even be more honored if you would take the ball back, because now you have made your statement to me, and I appreciate that. But that was the game that started the streak. Jim Palmer was on the mound for the Orioles. Jim Gott threw a one-hitter for 6 innings, and then Roy Lee Jackson got the save as he closed it out. But that started the streak that continues here tonight.
All began on May 30th, 1982. Played third base, Floyd Rayford. July 1st, 1982. Cal was moved to shortstop. We talked about with Earl Weaver. Game against Cleveland. He replaced Len Sakata. There's the name.
Well, Cal said he came in and looked at the lineup card, and we heard Earl Weaver talk about it. He saw the 6 by his name, thought it was a mistake, went out, started taking some ground balls at third, and Len Sakata said, no, you're playing short tonight. But Earl Weaver knew the work ethic of young Cal Ripken. You know, before he moved to shortstop, he played 44 airless games at third. Played very effectively at third base, and everybody thought that would be his natural position because of his size more than anything. Had a great arm, powerful hitter.
Well, again, our thanks to the Goodyear Blimp tonight. On May 30th, 1982, the night the streak began, this crew was in Indianapolis for coverage of the Indy 500. So we thank them for their help tonight. Cal is indeed #1.
Boy, they've been up there a long time.
Yeah, they have. Well, all that, the ovation kept moving them higher into the stratosphere. Count is 1-2 to Tony Phillips. He's gone. There are 2 outs. Well, Len Sakata is the name that Cal replaced at short for good, and Wally Pipp is the player. Now, there's not often you get these 2 photos on the same page. Wally Pipp, the first baseman that Lou Gehrig replaced for good on June 2nd, 1925. He was hitting the Temple in batting practice before the game. Miller Huggins, the short, fiery Yankee manager, said, Pipp is out. Gehrig, you're in. And, quote, Lou, you're my first baseman today and from now on. Well, 1-line drive in batting practice, and that was the end of it. Gehrig's streak started the day before on June 1st, 1925 as a pinch hitter. This happened to be the very next day. Pipp was hit and Pipp was out. So Wally Pipp, Len Sakata, linked now by history.
And Wally Pipp was quite a player in his own right.
Well, think about Miller Huggins, we can get back to Gehrig for a minute, was that he ended the Iron Man streak of Everett Scott, who was the Yankee shortstop that very same year, just a month before, in May of 1925, saying he needed a little more pop in the lineup from short. And Everett Scott's streak of 1,307 was stopped. So here's Gehrig's streak, not knowing, of course, at the time, a month later began. Odd how history works that way. And here it is, Ripken and Gehrig. Everett Scott, the 3rd most. Steve Garvey, the National League record, as he broke Billy Williams' mark. And Joe Sewell, over 1,100 games. Steve Garvey had the great story. That was his nightmare during the streak was that he went to sleep, slept in late, he was driving to the park at 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon to get there for the night game. And he had nightmares that he mistook the night game for a day game, and he would be turning on the radio, and it'd be the 8th inning, and he'd be on the highway. Garvey and Cal, I think, have had the same nightmare. I read that from Garvey. Cal describes it as paranoia. I heard it was Cal, so then I read something from Garvey yesterday. So I guess when you get a streak that long, there's some nightmares that most of us don't have.
Well, they knew that they weren't going to miss because of any other reason. They didn't expect them to play every day. Johnny Oates had a couple of instances where he was trying to decide how to handle the streak, and he did some research on the Gehrig streak.
Past Palmeiro. So Jim Edmonds hits one down the line, and he'll dig his way into second base, and he'll dig his way into third base. Bonilla to Alexander. The relay is past Houston. So good hustle by the young angel, Jim Edmonds. And he turns a double into a triple, and he's stretched out here for a moment.
Bonilla had some trouble digging that ball out of that corner down there. Jim Edmonds had a tough landing at third base. Helmet went flying. Let's take a look at it right down the line. Palmeiro goes toward the line, tries to go for the back end. You can see it eludes his glove and goes all the way down into the corner, and then it bounces around. Here comes Edmonds around third. The relay from Alexander. And Edmonds had a tough landing.
Oh, boy, they're going to boo Phil Regan, but Mike Mussina has thrown 140 pitches. So Mussina is going to be out. We'll hear from him after the game, too, because he gets a shower.
Around here, homes have to stand up to some harsh weather. That's why there's Cuprinol siding stain. It's a wood preservative. Thompson's and Olympics house stains are not. Wood preservatives make the difference. Compare labels and see. Cuprinol siding stain penetrates deep into wood to fight rot, mildew, and decay. Repels water, too. When it's wood against weather, trust Cuprinol.
Well, this is it.
Ooh, what a dump.
Don't worry. We know a good handyman. What a dump. Can you help?
Sure. Some primer, a couple of wing nuts. How's that?
That'll work. Hey, can you miter cut those floorboards? Will do. Good news. The external beer tap is functional. Yeah!
When you've got the great taste of an ice-cold Miller Lite, life is good.
I could have done this. Yeah.
Back in Baltimore, the Kelly Springfield Tire Company key plays of the game. What do you think they were? Fourth inning. Gone. Cal Ripken, third homer in as many nights. Hits it on his night. Homer number 15. A half inning later, the Angels were retired, trailing 3-1, and it was 2,131 hugs and kisses for Daddy. His two children presenting Cal with the shirt that he wore under the uniform. Rachel, 5 years old. Ryan, 2 years old. Rachel, her first day of kindergarten today. His wife, Kelly. What a magical night this has been, and we are not through yet with the post-game ceremonies coming up. It's a 4-1 game here in the 8th inning with Jim Edmonds on third base and 2 outs. Mussina is gone, and Terry Clark, the relief pitcher, is in to face Tim Salmon, who solo homer in the first inning, accounted for the lone Angel run tonight.
Terry Clark's been a very effective relief pitcher for Phil Regan. Here he comes on facing the right-hand batting Tim Salmon, who has already homered and singled in this ball game. Edmonds tripled into the right field corner. He stands at third base with 2 down.
a look at scores elsewhere around the majors. Well, the Angels at least know that Seattle has lost to the Yankees 4-3, so if they lose, they would stay 5.5 up. Texas is trailing 6-5 in the 9th. At home against the White Sox. Last report. This one could be trouble. Long run for Bonilla. He's not going to get it. It plunks in. Salmon with a double. Edmonds has scored. It's a 4-2 game, and the cascades of boos will come, although I can hardly say that Terry Clark was roped on that pitch, but a double is a double.
Well, Phil Regan has had some tough times here lately with some of his pitching moves, and Tim Salmon's at second base with a little flare down the right field line, and here comes Regan again.
Oh.
See that breaking ball jam Salmon, but he's strong enough to flare it down the right field line just inside the foul line. A double and an RBI for the Angels right fielder.
So both runs driven in tonight by California off the bat of Tim Salmon, and the veteran lefty Jesse Orozco will come in to face Chili Davis in a 4-2 game.
You have a 30-year mortgage. So shouldn't you have a 30-year faucet? Moen. Buy it for looks. Buy it for life.
Fact. Over 800,000 automobile crashes occur in the rain each year. Fact. The Subaru Legacy is equipped with all-wheel drive, the ultimate safety feature. Fact. Compared to front-wheel drive, the Subaru all-wheel drive system provides the driver with superior control and better handling on rain-slick surfaces. A fact that's very comforting indeed. The all-wheel drive Legacy from Subaru.
My name's Matt, and I'm a really nice guy. But
sometimes they're all you've got.
Oh, looks like his cereal left him flat. Of course, theirs didn't. So what's your excuse? Hey, pick up the broken pieces of your life and move on. Look, there's hope. Here, try this, see? Kellogg's low-fat granola's got big clumps of rolled oats, brown sugar, sweet raisins, and almonds, not flat little flakes. So you get a taste that's anything but flat. So, hey, wake up, get with it, like they did. Try something that won't leave you flat. Kellogg's low-fat granola, now with even more raisins. And hurry, we can't take much more of this.
4-2 Orioles lead the Angels here in the top of the 8th, but the Angels have the tying run of the plate in the person of Chili Davis. Tripleheader college football. Well, John did it. I don't even dare try it. Wyoming and Air Force at 12:30 Eastern Time. It's 10:30 Mountain Time local, and then 9:30 on the coast. Then Georgia, Tennessee, 6:45 Eastern. Colorado against Colorado State at 9:45 Eastern. So we've got a tripleheader for you on Saturday. College football roaring into form. Jesse Orozco, the veteran left-hander who has been around, has closed down a World Series for the New York Mets against the Boston Red Sox, and now he's trying to close down the dangerous Chili Davis with a runner at second base in a 4-2 game.
Well, there's Salmon at second base. Jesse Orozco has really had a bounce-back year. He's going to switch Chili Davis around to the right side. And there are no advantages for Chili Davis. He hits exactly the same one side or the other.
Although he did hit a home run off a righty this year, batting from the right side. That was Tim Wakefield, the knuckleball pitcher, but that was a different situation. There it is. I mean, I've heard of playing the percentages, but .001 buck. I mean, that's a scant percentage.
I don't think he made the move because of that.
Playing the percentage, I think, is what we're doing.
I think he's trying to keep Chili Davis in the ballpark, and Jesse Orozco has allowed just 2 home runs all year long. Orozco will throw that breaking ball inside to Chili Davis. Start that slider on the inside corner, try to break it down and in and get Davis to swing over the top of it. One thing you can't do with Chile is leave that breaking ball spinning out over the plate.
Well, there's a while when the Angels scored 8 or more runs almost every game, Buck. They're scuffling. They had a big team meeting Sunday night after they lost in Boston. It affected them for one game, winning here in Baltimore Monday, but they're staring their 11th loss in 12 games if they don't get it going here, either in Chile's at bat or in the 9th. But they used to do little things. And as a young team, I had a long talk with Marcel Laxman. He said, you know, everybody the first time through a slump like this, 9-game losing streak, we're all trying to hit the 3-run homers with nobody on. And it's one thing Chili Davis understands, that you got to do the little things, but so we didn't score those 8 runs by just pounding the ball all the time. There's a lot of situational hitting, which has kind of gone by the boards. And this is obviously some situational hitting, but he said to be a guy on second with none out, and everyone's trying to drive him in. No, with none out, don't worry about it. They were getting away from it, and they've gotten into kind of a team-wide funk, and you've seen that happen with young teams, and that's where the Angels are right now.
And when they're trying to win a division title for the first time, most of the players haven't gone through a pennant race in September, and a little bit different scenario for them.
Orozco keeping it way outside, misses. It's 2-2. A reminder that the post-game ceremonies, we'll hear from Cal and Joe DiMaggio and many more. That'll happen very quickly after this game. We will go out, get report on Philadelphia, Los Angeles. We'll go there when this is done. Wayne Stats and Joe Morgan, big game for the Dodgers. They know that Colorado has won. They know that San Diego has won, and the Giants are 1-1 in the second. So everybody in the West beneath them in good shape. Dodgers winning in the 9th last night. Good pitch as Orozco gets Chili Davis, stranding the runner at second base. And the Orioles maintain the lead at 4-2. When we head to the bottom of the 8th, one more at bat for Cal Ripken.
At Guarantee Chevrolet, our salespeople are trained to help a customer pick out the vehicle that is going to best fit their needs.
I have 10 acres here that of service and sales facilities, so it makes it very convenient for a customer.
Negotiation does not have to be confrontational. We try to make the sale a very easy, pleasant experience. Guarantee Chevrolet is the best place to buy a new Chevy.
Who says Fountain Valley is the best? Our customers, of course.
It's not that they have a pretty facade and that they've got this really nice, clean-looking front end. You know, the thing is they do have a pretty facade and they do have a clean-looking front end, but it's consistent all the way through the operation, from the time that you pick up the phone until the time you come pick up your car. I would recommend Fountain Valley Body Works.
Isn't it nice to know the best body shop in the world is right around the corner from you? Fountain Valley Body Works.
Back again? You're all knotted up like strudels.
I can't help it. I keep working those Angels games.
There's a high fly to center. He's really worked this baby way back. Another Angels home run.
You get the Angels all year, now you got them in the playoffs.
Order your 96 Angels season tickets now and your guaranteed playoff tickets for $95.
Who's the toughest guy you ever played against? Toughest guy you ever played?
I would be inclined to say Lawrence Taylor.
A touching moment last night, certainly before the game, as $1 million donation was made to aid ALS research at Johns Hopkins through the sale of these special seats for tonight. That's Dick Dart, who is battling Lou Gehrig's disease, his wife Denise, son Kevin, daughter Lauren. They live in nearby Virginia, and that man made it possible, Cal Ripken.
Well, the extra seats were put on the field and sold for $5,000 apiece and donated to Johns Hopkins, and Bobby Bonilla purchased 2 of those seats.
You get to keep the seats. That's why he wanted to do it. Well, here's Cal. All he's done tonight is hit a home run in the 4th inning. He flared out his last time up in the 5th with the bases loaded. And he popped to the catcher in the 2nd. Homer number 325 came in the 4th inning to left field. An unbelievable moment. Mike James is the pitcher, the 4th California pitcher tonight. You work him inside, you get boos. It's the way it is.
Well, there were suggestions all around the league that although the pitchers were very tentative about pitching Cal inside, but that's where you have to pitch him. Now that the streak is all Cal's, I'll be a little more comfortable.
Just foul. Signaled by Al Clark down at 3rd, and what a treat it is for the umpires tonight. They were, it's great to see the umpires standing and applauding along with everybody else. You just think that they're so stoic and just different. And hey, Al Clark told me it was as big as any. I mean, he was with us at the earthquake game at the World Series and visited the umpires before. It was the biggest thing he's ever done. Larry Barnett, home plate umpires, did the same thing. He, of course, has worked World Series. Don't have a ball glance off your nose now.
Check swing. That ball just hit right at his feet and came up and kind of brushed up against the side of his face. Caught him right in the end of the nose, it looked like.
2-2 is the count. Oh, good. Bunbury gets to make a play on a ball hit by Cal. That's fitting. And Bowl. And the Rookie of the Year, Al Bunbury. It's like Cal, a former Rookie of the Year. Head, broken bat, nothing phases him.
This ball right on the end of the bat, and that barrel goes flying toward the infield. Wants the concentration again. Looked like it was a breaking ball that he got right off the end of the bat. The bat explodes, but he's so strong he flares it into center field. 2 for 4 tonight here on Cal Ripken's night.
Harold Baines fouls it off, so 2 homers and 3 singles the last 2 nights for Cal Ripken. Unbelievable. Cal, of course, the tallest man. There have been others that height. At 6'4", 220. Tallest man, nobody taller to play shortstop. Grew up in nearby Aberdeen, Maryland. Had festivities there. They'll have a parade tomorrow in Baltimore for Cal. And they'll have another parade in Aberdeen tomorrow at supper time.
Well, he graduated from Aberdeen, same place that his father graduated, and Billy went there as well. He was a pitcher in high school.
Good one.
Struck out 17 in the state championship game. And he was concerned that nobody would consider him as an infielder. But it was the Orioles that drafted him, and
well, they had some inside reports. Did they not?
Feeling about his background.
.517 starting shortstops in the majors since Cal's streak began. And that got a smile. He obviously gets cable out there at first. .340 have been on the DL this year alone during the streak, not to mention over 3,700 since the streak began on May 30th, 1982. And how about this? He's played in front of over 58 million fans during the streak. Wow. I mean, you can go on and on and on. All these numbers are staggering. The foursome of Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs, as Bain strikes out, Gwynn, Boggs, Mattingly, and Puckett. When the streak began, had 6 hits in the major leagues, all by Boggs. They now have close to 9,300, those 4 gentlemen. And we'll have more post-game. Cal will address the crowd. Joe DiMaggio really almost playing the role of Lou Gehrig tonight. I mean, that if you think about it. John Miller will preside. There you go. Joe and Frank back together.
Clipper and
number 20. Sawed off shot by Boyles. Nice running grab by Edmonds, and Cal. JT Snow may get one of the loudest ovations of the night.
Well, that's not going to get anybody's good side in that Angel dugout. They let one get away. Cal, I don't know what happened to him. He was all the way around second base when Edmonds made that catch. Watch Edmonds. He comes running in from his position in center.
Nice play.
Makes a running catch, and he looks up, and Cal Ripken is standing at second base. And somehow they let him get back to first. He's trying to hit that ball with the back of his head.
Unbelievable.
Always competing.
Unbelievable. Chuck Cottier told me a story, the bench coach of the Orioles. This was in a game, a big game earlier this year, and they were down a run or something. Ripken hit a double. Brady Anderson was at first. I want to get the situation right. And there were runners at first and second, whatever it was. Rip came back in the dugout later and said, "You tell Brady I got the second before he got the third." This is like in a one-run game late, always competing.
He competes in everything. He competes taking ground balls during infield, taking batting practice.
Cottier also told me that there was an 11-2 game earlier this year, and about the 8th inning, and Regan sent Cottier down to see if 11-2 Orioles lead, if he'd like to come out. And I think we're in pretty good shape here, Cal. What do you think? Take a couple innings, and Cal said, "Wait a minute." He went over and took the lineup card, saw that he was hitting 5th. He goes, "You know, if we get a couple more runs this at bat, then I'll feel better about it." They're up 11-2 in the 8th. So batting 5th tonight. Not a lot of suspense that he would be in there tonight. Nor has there been for 13.5 seasons. Count is 2-2 on Jeff Houston. Cal at first, 2 out. Hit pretty well to left field. Garrett Anderson is a long run. Oh, he made that look nice and smooth to the young left fielder for the Angels. So Ripken is stranded at first. We are heading to the 9th inning. The Angels with their last shot. The Iron Man cometh to shortstop.
I'd like to tell you about my friend Jake. Jake is music. If he's not playing, he's listening to music. He has a legendary music collection. He's got stuff from last century.
8 tracks.
The best times we have are just when we sit down and pick up the guitars and play what comes to our heads. Jake's just a great friend. Western.
Got his backstage passes?
Yes. Everybody loves him. Not too sure the neighbors do, though.
When you're with a friend as good as Jake, shouldn't you have a Heineken?
Come on, move the car. Hey, move the car. Hey, what is wrong with you? Move the... Wow, how'd they do that?
Pennzoil introduces Performax 100. 100% synthetic at a breakthrough price.
100% synthetic at a price this low? How'd they do that?
Leave it to Pennzoil to make synthetic affordable.
How'd they do that?
Hey, there's more. An extra $6 rebate on a case. Or $6 off on an oil change by the pros.
How'd they do that?
Engine problems? Before you try a tune-up, try Gum Out first. The solution could be less than $5.
This ESPN baseball special is brought to you by Advil, advanced medicine for pain. No non-prescription pain reliever is proven to last longer than Advil. Welcome back to Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Jarvis Brown is a new right fielder going to replace Bobby Bonilla as the Orioles try and close it down on Cal Ripken night. A night that none of us will ever forget. A night that baseball will never forget. Certainly a night that Cal and his family, I don't know if they ever dreamed it was possible, but they certainly will never forget. And how high does this streak go, Buck? I mean, it obviously goes through this year.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to slow down. He continues to play very well. He's hit his 15th home run here tonight.
I mean, he has 2 more years on his contract, which he certainly will obligate. Now, it's another 162 plus 162. I mean, by the, this would be 2,500 if he doesn't miss a game the next couple of years. And as we said, he has hardly limped through this streak. My goodness, home run on all 3 nights of this homestand with the Angels at 2-1, 2-9, 2-1, 3-0, and 2-1, 3-1.
Well, not only 15 home runs, but he now has 72 ribbies. That's a pretty big number. This is his 122nd game of the year.
Well, he has had at least 70 RBIs every year since 1982. After the game, they'll clear the field. Cal, Joe DiMaggio, other dignitaries will address the crowd, will address you all at home. I know you don't want to, that remote control that we warned you to keep putting in the 5th inning? It's about time to kind of put that in the kitchen sink and just let it cool out for a while. Jesse Orozco trying to close this one down. The Orioles would go to 8 below 500, and that's been the bummer of the whole thing, that the streak did not propel them to games like we've seen the last 2 nights. And I'm sure that Mussina, if he thought that they had let Cal down, of course they let themselves down, but yeah, I know that there's gnawing feeling in the Orioles that they part is not supposed to go this way for them as a team. We're supposed to go this way as Snow is struck out by Orozco, who's faced 2 batters and struck them both out. Chili Davis and JT Snow.
JT felt that ball was down. Barnett felt Orozco had made a good pitch. 2 up, 2 strikeouts for Orozco.
Yeah, next Wednesday, you and I will be in Cleveland. Talk about one great place to watch a game to another. Yankees in Cleveland, the early game next Wednesday on Wednesday Night Baseball. Chris Berman along with Buck Martinez here to visit with the president tonight. Brooks Robinson, Earl Weaver, John Miller. It's been fun. Hope you all have enjoyed it at home. This is it's a treat for us at ESPN. If we may just get to tell a personal story for just a moment. This is the final day of the 16th year of ESPN. Tomorrow's our anniversary. We begin our 17th season tomorrow. As Orozco gets over there in time with a pitch from Palmeiro, and there's 1 out to go. But I can't think of a better way to end ESPN's most successful year in our 16-year history than tonight. We go roaring into year number 17 tomorrow. Glad we could bring this one to you.
21-31, and Cal Ripken hits a home run.
Spike going, the last Angel Hope. Everyone on their feet. Post-game ceremonies to follow. I'll give you, if you tune in late and you missed it, I'll give you a little taste of what happened here when the game became official, with the Orioles leading 3-1 after the top of the 5th inning. When the Angels are retired, or if and when they are. There's one strike on Spike going. So plenty more here to come from Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Chris Berman and Buck Martinez and our entire crew. It was a labor of love tonight, let me tell you. I'd be lying, Buck, if I said I didn't shed many a tear tonight. You saw me. And you too?
I couldn't talk. I'm glad we didn't have to.
Thank goodness we had 23 minutes to compose ourselves. Owen hits it to center. Brady Anderson there to corral it. And on Cal Ripken night, tonight he breaks Lou Gehrig's record and extends his consecutive game streak to 2,131. The Orioles on a home run by Ripken and a pair by Palmeiro and a home run by Bonilla have beaten the California Angels 4-2. The scriptwriter who was here last night was back here tonight. And what we saw here between the 5th innings, between the top and the bottom, we're going to feel some more of that in a few moments. Our post-game ceremonies. And this is, in case you've forgotten, or in case you want to see it again, this was the moment the game became official. We'll be back with the post-game ceremonies from here at Camden Yards. Please don't go away.
It's Saturday afternoon, almost game time. The TV's on, your feet are up. You've got the remote control in one hand, a great tasting ice-cold Miller Lite in the other. And somehow nothing really captures the perfect feeling of the moment. Quite like
Raymond the Talking Goat.
Life is good.
Chances are it will outlast your car and your furnace and your roof. There's no telling what your Moen faucet might outlast. Moen, buy it for looks, buy it for life.
Now at Pep Boys, get any 4 of our 35,000-mile all-season steel-belted tires at an incredible low $109. That's right, any 75 or 80 series, any 4, just $109 at Pep Boys now.
Welcome back to Oriole Park at Camden Yards, where we'll have some stirring post-game ceremonies. We'll hear from Cal. He's homer helped the Orioles beat the Angels 4-2. But first, a man that spent a good deal of his professional career in Baltimore, so knows the feeling well. Let's go back to our Baseball Tonight studios for our compatriot, John Saunders, to get us caught up elsewhere around the majors. John?
All right, Chris, thank you very much. And we will not leave Camden Yards. You're right. I actually was working in Toronto when Cal Ripken started his streak against the Blue Jays. Later that year in 1982, I moved to Baltimore, started working at WMAR. As Cal Ripken's streak started 13 years ago. But right now, let's get you up to date on some of the other action around Major League Baseball. And as I mentioned, we will stay at Camden Yards and keep an eye on that game. The Brewers and the Indians, Albert Bell was the story with a 3-run home run, his 36th home run of the year. The Indians' magic number is now down to 3 as they come up with the victory in this one. 12-2, and Kansas City's actually playing a doubleheader, so the magic number could be down to 1 if they lose at both ends of that. Boston beats Oakland 8-2. Roger Clemens 8 innings, 10 strikeouts. New York, a 4-3 winner over Seattle. Jack McDowell, complete game, 9 strikeouts as Paul O'Neill drives in the winning run. Chicago beats Texas 7-5. Frank Thomas had his 34th home run of the year. And Toronto and Kansas City, as I mentioned, playing a doubleheader. Joe Carter with a 2-run single in the first game. That one is now in the 8th inning. And Detroit loses to Minnesota 9-1. Cecil Fielder with his 29th home run of the year. In the National League, the Rockies against the Cubs. Well, first, let's take a look at the wild card race. The Royals right now have a 1-game lead over the Seattle Mariners, but as you can see, the list goes deep. The Oakland A's only 4.5 back still with a chance in the wild card race. Now we'll move on to the National League, the Rockies and the Cubs. Jason Bates lashes one off Bullinger with the bases loaded, and it clears the bases. The Rockies take a 6-4 lead, and they go on to the 10-4 victory over top of the Chicago Cubs as Colorado seesaws with Los Angeles in the West. But right now on top of the wild card, we'll take a look at that in just a moment. St. Louis loses to Atlanta 6-1 was the final there. The Mets beaten by San Diego 6-5. Pittsburgh a loser to Florida 2-1 that final. Cincinnati over Houston 7-3 in a couple of games now just underway. And Montreal leading San Francisco 3-1. Here's a look at the wild card race right now in the National League. The Rockies a 1-game lead over the Houston Astros. The Cubs are 2 back, Phillies 2.5, and the Padres now 3 games back. We mentioned it was Cal Ripken's night in Baltimore, but it really was Cal Ripken's night all around Major League Baseball. Let's go back and take a look as the number 2131 was posted earlier tonight at Oriole Park in Camden Yards. Baseball just seemed to come to a stop around Major League Baseball. If we take a look at the tape, there were players coming to the top of the dugout, players standing, applauding, the fans everywhere. This one, the ceremony right now at Fenway Park in Boston, and then County Stadium in Milwaukee, the fans and the players watching the scoreboard. The ballpark in Arlington, another pretty good shortstop, Ozzie Guillen, applauds because he knows just what it would take. Everyone enthralled with the action. And Yankee Stadium, they just put it on the board. It's official. Where Lou Gehrig played in so many of his games of the streak of 2,130, it came to an end. That streak that they thought would be a record that would never be broken. And this one has been broken tonight by Cal Ripken Jr. Once again, my congratulations go out to Cal and his family, his wife Kelly, and his father and his mother. Terrific night. Right now, let's get back out to the ballpark and join Chris Berman.
All right, John, thank you. It's great to have you with us on this very special night, about as special a night as I can remember in our 16-year history, and maybe in the 100-plus-year history of baseball. There are very few moments like the one that we've witnessed. Cal and his family and honored guests will be on the field shortly for post-game ceremonies, and we will cover them all here from Oriole Park at Camden Yards. So please stay with us from Baltimore. We'll be right back.
Maybe you shouldn't watch this.
All right, man, get off me. Y'all been nosing now.
But if you're not afraid, call this number now to get into pro football's private world with this exclusive new video, Total Access 95. Plus, you'll also catch this officially licensed NFL football, both free with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated. With Total Access, you go wherever you want.
Going into every room with a camera.
You'll hear things you shouldn't.
This movie is rated R. No, you're wrong. Adult language. Gosh, dang it. Doggone it.
You'll know when things go wrong.
We need another receiver. Oh, boy. But that ain't my fault, Coach. Oh, man.
You'll have Total Access and a great football free when you order 54 issues for only $1.47 an issue. Save over 50% off the cover price. Use your credit card. Call now to get Total Access and your NFL football both free from SI. There is nothing in the world like Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
Rise and shine! It is morning and it is time for breakfast. You have $1.99. What are you going to do?
4 Rise and Shine combos from Hardee's. Choose a made-from-scratch sausage biscuit, ultimate omelet biscuit, biscuit and gravy, or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. We'll give you hash rounds and your choice of coffee, orange juice, or a soft drink. 4 combos, $1.99 each, only from Hardee's.
Answer me, Private. Hardee's. All right.
Fresh from the kitchen at Hardee's.
And welcome back to Baltimore Oriole Park at Camden Yards. The Cal Ripken post-game ceremonies coming up. And the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. Captain Jim Maloney and the boys from Vienna, Virginia at the controls. We thank you. And we thank you for that message. And boy, the message was heard loud and clear tonight, Buck Martinez. And I mean, there were some thoughts that maybe 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. The victory lap that Cal took was certainly not planned. The outpour and the warmth was certainly well-deserved and was planned by the fans. Not that they talked about it, they didn't have to. And he hits a home run in the 4th inning. Man, you don't write this stuff.
No, that's what he's all about. He has just had a phenomenal career, and you can see that's already the newspaper for tomorrow, the Sun. Cal stands alone. And they've got a big front page picture of Cal Ripken here tonight. And you know, that trip around the warning track to acknowledge all the fans was something that a couple of veteran players on his team, Rafael Palmeiro and Bobby Bonilla, got behind, and they kind of instigated it. And you can say what you want about the modern-day player not having a sense of history, but both of those ball players right there knew how significant the moment was, and they wanted Cal to go out and show his gratitude to the loyal fans here of Baltimore that have been here year in and year out supporting this great Oriole tradition.
Well, I hope the inspiration that we felt last night and tonight will carry over more than just what a great couple of nights of watching games. Last night, when the magical number of 2,130 was unfurled, it hit Cal like a ton of bricks. And then he hit this ball like a ton of bricks in the 6th inning. Gone. Tonight, in the 4th inning. Gone. And then a half inning later, Lou Gehrig's record, gone. Cal Ripken, Lou Gehrig. Two gentlemen, one a Hall of Famer, one who will be. Linked to history, through baseball numerology, and linked by stirring ceremonies. July 4, 39 for Gehrig, September 6, 95 for Ripken, and we've only just begun. Stay with us.
Maybe you'll get a MasterCard so you can use one card for practically everything. Maybe you'll get one because no card is more accepted. Or maybe you just like to save 15% on that altimeter compass stopwatch. Presenting Master Values, immediate savings on all kinds of things. Because while MasterCard can make your life easier, saving around $1,000 on a Royal Caribbean cruise couldn't hurt. Look for your MasterCard invitation in the mail and apply today.
The car on the right was filled with Castrol Syntec, a full synthetic oil, the other with conventional oil. They were then drained and started without oil to prove a point. You see, Syntec has a unique molecular structure that bonds to engine parts. Lab tests show it leaves a layer of protection far stronger than conventional oil. And if Syntec protects this well now, imagine if you leave it in. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't. Try Castrol Syntec, now also available in the 10W30.
You know, Linda's been my barber. Stylist for years. Months. And a while back, she told me.
Stop squirming.
No. She said I should do something about my flakes. I said, get a new barber? She said, get new Head and Shoulders. I said, you're serious? She said, yeah. Now it has Micro D, which fights flakes better without stripping your hair of the oils it needs. So my hair feels soft. No flakes. And I owe it all to my stylist.
New Head and Shoulders, because great hair can't have flakes.
Can I just give this? We are back at Oriole Park in Camden Yards. This little note, the ovation for Ripken, 22 minutes and 15 seconds in a Twilight Zone Rod Serling-esque number. That's the amount of consecutive games played by Japanese baseball star Sachio Kenogasa of the Hiroshima Cart, 22-1-15, and the ovation was 22 minutes and 15 seconds. John Saunders, that's kind of a do-do-do-do-do-do-do. We have great moments coming up here from Oriole Park at Camden Yards, but let's get caught up with the latest from John.
Thank you very much, Rod Serling, for passing this over to us. We want to tell you that the Phillies and the Dodgers will follow the ceremonies you have there in Baltimore. That game right now is in the bottom of the 5th inning. It is scoreless. If only they had stopped the ovation 45 seconds sooner. 21:30 on the nose. Back to you, Chris.
All right, John. Rex Barney, the longtime PA announcer here at Baltimore, will get us in. I'm trying to listen to the words. They've redone the lyrics of Zager and Evans, of all people, in the year 2525, and turn it into a Cal Streak song. I'm not sure if this is a relative of Terry Cashman or not, but that's what they've done. In the year, his streak might be 25-25 by the time he finishes his contract. Rex Barney is the longtime PA announcer in the press box. Of course, a man that pitched for the Brooklyn Dodgers for 10 years, pitched a no-hitter against the Giants in the Polo Grounds, September 9th, 1948. He is all Baltimore, and Rex will get us set for an evening that just continues to cascade, and an evening we will continue to remember. Let's check in with Rex Barney.
Your attention, please. Once again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to History in the Making. We have some exciting things in store, and to tell you all about them, please welcome Hall of Famer Chuck Thompson and the voice of the Orioles, John Miller.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and welcome to baseball's most historic evening. 21-31 finally, and now tonight we celebrate. But before Cal comes out, we'd like to bring out a few people to share in this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 1995 Orioles. We got them all out here? Everybody's here? Okay, then we have a couple of special guests that I would like to introduce at this time. First of all, the Orioles General Manager, Roland Heeman. And followed by Assistant Frank Robinson and Dr. Gene Boudin.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you back to the beginning of the streak. Imagine yourself at Memorial Stadium on 33rd Street. May 30th, 1982. It was 82 degrees on a Sunday afternoon, and that would become game number one. Batting first that day for the Orioles and playing center field, number one, Al Bumbry. Batting second that day, back in town, second baseman, number 25, Rich Dowell. Here he is. Batting third and playing left field, number 37, Brother Lowe. John Lowenstein. Batting cleanup, the designated hitter. He was a great hitter. Number 29, Ken Singleton. Batting fifth, he was at first base. Number 10, the Crow, Terry Crowley. Batting sixth, he was playing right field. Number 15, Disco Dan Ford. Batting seventh, although he thought he should have been hitting higher, maybe third or fourth. The Orioles catcher, number 24, Rick Dempsey. Now hitting ninth for the Orioles that day, playing shortstop, could not be with us tonight because he is managing a club in Japan. He was number 12, Len Sakata.
Chuck? Ladies and gentlemen, on May 30th, 1982, he batted eighth and he played third base. Please welcome the new Major League consecutive games played record holder, one of the greatest players to play the game, Cal Ripken Jr., with his mother and his dad, Cal Sr. and Vi.
Now, a couple of presentations to Cal. First, on behalf of Cal's teammates, the winningest pitcher in the major leagues, Oriole right-hander Mike Mussina. Wait a minute.
Hold everything.
It looks like there's a problem with Cal being at third base. Earl Weaver, ladies and gentlemen, has a better idea. All right, now he's at short. Just like Earl wanted all along. Nice move, Earl. The Earl of Baltimore, Earl Weaver. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Cal's 1995 teammates, again, here's the winningest pitcher in the major. Ladies and gentlemen, Cal's going to speak, but first of all, you want to see this next gentleman. He was Gehrig's teammate, one of the greatest players ever to play the game. Here to honor Cal, the Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio.
I got a few notes, but I do want to say there's a beautiful monument to Lou Gehrig at Yankee Stadium that says, "A man, a gentleman, and a great ball player whose amazing record of 2,130 consecutive games should stand for all time." Well, that goes to prove even the greatest records are made to be broken. And wherever my former teammate Lou Gehrig is today, I'm sure he's tipping his cap to you, Cal Ripken. He's a one-in-a-million ball player who came along to break his record. And my congratulations to you, Cal. You certainly deserve this lasting tribute.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all waited for, probably the toughest part of the evening, for number 8, Cal Ripken, Jr.
When the game numbers on the warehouse changed during the 5th innings over the past several weeks, the fans in this ballpark responded incredibly. I'm not sure that my reactions showed how I really felt. I just didn't know what to do. Tonight, I want to make sure you know how I feel. As I grew up here, I not only had dreams of being a big league ball player, but also of being a Baltimore Oriole. As a boy and a fan, I know how passionate we feel about baseball and the Orioles here. And as a player, I have benefited from this passion. For all of your support over the years, I want to thank you, the fans of Baltimore, from the bottom of my heart. This is the greatest place to play. This year has been unbelievable. I've been cheered in ballparks all over the country. People not only showed me their kindness, but more importantly, they demonstrated their love of the game of baseball. I give my thanks to baseball fans everywhere. I also could express my gratitude to a number of individuals who have played a role in my life and my career. But if I try to mention them all, I might unintentionally miss someone and take more time than I should. There are, however, 4 people I want to thank specially. Let me start by thanking my dad. He inspired me with his commitment to the Oriole tradition and made me understand the importance of it. He not only taught me the fundamentals of the game of baseball, but also he taught me to play it the right way and to play it the Oriole way. From the very beginning, my dad let me know how important it was to be there for your team and to be counted on by your teammates. My mom. What can I say about my mom? She is an unbelievable person. She let my dad lead the way on the field, but she was there in every other way, leading and shaping the lives of our family off the field. She's the glue who held our lives together while we grew up, and she's always been my inspiration. Dad and Mom laid the foundation for my baseball career and for my life. And when I got to the big leagues, there was a man, Eddie Murray. Who showed me how to play this game day in and day out. I thank him for his example and for his friendship. I was lucky to have him as my teammate for the years we were together, and I congratulate him on the great achievement of 3,000 hits this year. As my major league career moved along, the most important person came into my life, my wife, Kelly. She has enriched it with her friendship and with her love. I thank you, Kelly, for the advice, support, and joy you have brought to me, and for always being there. You, Rachel, and Ryan are my life. These people and many others have allowed me, day in and day out, to play the great American game of baseball. Tonight I stand here overwhelmed as my name is linked with the great and courageous Lou Gehrig. I am truly humbled to have our names spoken in the same breath. Some may think our strongest connection is because we both played many consecutive games. Yet, I believe in my heart that our true link is a common motivation, a love of the game of baseball, a passion for your team, and a desire to compete on the very highest level. I know that if Lou Gehrig is looking down on tonight's activities, he isn't concerned about someone playing one more consecutive game than he did. Instead, he's viewing tonight as just another example of what is good and right about the great American game. Whether your name is Gehrig or Ripken, DiMaggio or Robinson, or that of some youngster who picks up his bat or puts on his glove, you are challenged by the game of baseball to do your very best day in and day out. And that's all I've ever tried to do. Thank you.
What a night it's been. As Cal would like more baseball in a few moments. Phillies and Dodgers from Los Angeles, just the way he would like it. Wayne Stats and Joe Morgan. What an evening we've seen. Cal Ripken night. A night for family. A night for celebration. A night for inspiration. 2,131 consecutive games. A home run by Cal and an Orioles win. All told, it had it all. Tonight in Baltimore was a night for baseball. Tonight in Baltimore, it was a night for the ages.